Yes, it's Tuesday night again, the night of nights. You're here with Sea Science Film Labs, and I'm here to talk about the evolution versus creation topic. Just a whole lot with evolution and how it's just a lie. And the stories that they have are pretty much unbelievable if you really think about it. I mean, at the surface, they might seem believable, but when you really start to study it, really look into the subjects, it becomes pretty unbelievable. You realize there's an utter lack of evidence for common ancestry of uh, all life, and that this is more of a belief system than any kind of science. So, yeah, here we are. I guess tonight I'm going to discuss the Archaeopteryx, which is a pretty well known fossil. Here we go. This is not it. uh, hmm. Okay. I can just figure out my bearings here. Okay, so this is the first um, claim Archaeopteryx claim. So the first thing they found was a single feather uh, fossil, and well, this is found. Let's see, unearthed in the 19th century. It was shed by an Archaeopteryx. Now it makes me wonder if they claimed an entire animal and drew it all up from the single feather in the first place. But I wouldn't put it past them. So that's completely possible. Let's see here. By Laurel Joe. Yeah, that's it. The feather looks like any other feather you might find on the ground, but it's not. It's about 150 million years old, and it's fluttered to the ground back when the dinosaurs roamed what is today called Bavaria. It's entombed in limestone, and when the paleontologists unearthed it in 1861, it became the first fossil feather ever discovered. Wow, that's neat. Many paleontologists think the feather came from Archaeopteryx lithographica, a creature that, with its feathered wings and sharp-toothed mouth, bears features of both dinosaurs and birds, making it a herald of evolutionary transition between two groups. And that first known fossil feather isn't attached to an Archaeopteryx skeleton. No, but that first known fossil feather isn't attached to an Archaeopteryx skeleton. And so, for more than a century, not all scientists have agreed on the identity of the feather's owner. There's been this debate even when the feather was found. Does this isolated feather belong to the same animal as these skeletal specimens of Archaeopteryx? So now it's even in question if this original Archaeopteryx discovery is even um, an Archaeopteryx at all. So there you have another example of evolution claims that have been thrown into jeopardy. And this is like the first Archaeopteryx fossil. So, all right, our picture of bird evolution has changed drastically over the past 3 decades, thanks to an avian fossil jackpot in the northeastern China. These ancient remains date back 120, 131 million years ago. They're part of a diverse assembly of animal and plant fossils, collectively known on the J-hole as the J-hole Barada. I don't know if I'm saying that right or even reading it right. The term is historic reference to a region ruled centuries ago by the Khitan Empire. So yeah, so basically, this is just talking about the fossilized uh, bird remains. So we've got in the last few decades, they've discovered a lot of bird fossils and fully formed avian fossils, and they're in layers that are supposed to predate the Archaeopteryx. So, the long taught bird evolution narrative of evolution, biological evolution, has changed once again because it was never right to begin with, and the Archaeopteryx was never a real transitional between uh, feathered dinosaurs and modern birds. In fact, now they're saying that the Archaeopteryx, as we were all taught to be a transitional form between dinosaurs and birds, is not actually the ancestor to any modern birds, even a distant ancestor. Like, there's no relation. So the Archaeopteryx may have just died off as Archaeopteryx without giving rise to any new form, which completely upends the evolution theory surrounding birds, which is a big deal because that's one of the main narratives you hear coming out of the evolutionists, is that dinosaurs grew wings and became chickens, and over time. It just takes a lot of time. So, what is the Archaeopteryx? Well, it was something. I don't know what the animal was, but they named it an Archaeopteryx, and they have several specimens now of this form. Now, the thing is, the drawings look very bird-like, but what's interesting is they've decided that it is not a bird. And it was long taught to be the original bird species, but is not anymore. So here you have an article from Australian Geographic. Archaeopteryx is knocked off its evolutionary perch um, by Australian Geographic staff, and they're just basically reporting the Nature article that was released. The Archaeopteryx was thought to be the original bird species, but a recent fossil discovered upends that theory. So here's the new discovery: about the size of a chicken and probably weighed less than a kilogram. Uh, Zyotingia shared a host of key characteristics with Archaeopteryx, but seemed at the same time to fall into another group of non-avian dinosaurs called Deinonychosauria. Standard computer analysis confirmed as much, but the same time produced the stunning result. At the same time, produced a stunning result. Archaeopteryx had been reclassified into the same group. So, in other words, Archaeopteryx was no longer a bird. So the story's changing. Now, here is some of the bird fossils that they discovered in China. And again, what seems to be the issue here is that they have more avian characteristics because they are birds, like they have beaks, which the Archaeopteryx didn't have. So the beak is a key feature of birds in the modern world. In fact, I'm pretty sure all birds have beaks of some kind. So that would be one thing to be looking for a bird in the fossil layers, is to be looking for a beak and other bird bones. So now this, yeah, and see way at the bottom here where it's not really high, where it's not even really seeable, it says their main conclusion is that Archaeopteryx is no longer a bird. Mm-hmm. because you have the Zootingia sangi, and it was excavated from rocks that are claimed to be 160 million year old rocks in the Liang province. It shares several key anatomical features with Archaeopteryx, including the killer claw on the second toe and long, robust arms that probably allowed it to glide. However, a team led by Zhengzhou at Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology in Beijing deemed it sufficiently distinct for birds to be classified as a theropod dinosaur and as a dinosaur. Dinosaur. And because of the similarities with Archaeopteryx, Zoo's team concluded that the first bird is Dinosaur 2. Well, that's interesting. It says two different things. We used to think Archaeopteryx was so different from other dinosaurs that it was ancestral to birds, but recent discoveries show that it is no longer the case. So they don't think it's ancestral to modern birds anymore. And forever they were teaching it as science, even in the classroom, that the Archaeopteryx is somehow ancestral to modern birds, and this has just been disproven. So years of lies thrown out in just one discovery. So even here you have the old narrative saying that the first birds occur in the fossil record in the upper Jurassic layers 140 million years ago. Its earliest bird is known as the Archaeopteryx. Here you have them calling it a bird again, which means ancient wing. Archaeopteryx was first discovered in 1856 in Germany. And there are, there's several discoveries that claim to be Archaeopteryx. You have this guy. Am I crazy? It doesn't look like the same thing, but I mean, let's look on. What's this? In 1855, discovery, Reidenberg in Germany. This is just a piece of one of the arms, it looks like. Okay, here's another. This is better. Here's another fossil from China of another bird. So there was birds. And it's from the Johol biota, the same thing we were talking about earlier, same dig site. So coming out of that, the Chinese treasure trove of That's pretty awesome. Pulling birds out of there, and what I've seen is that these finds look far more bird-like, even that they are birds, than the Archaeopteryx ever looked. Okay, so you have, in this case over there, they actually have beaks, and it's interesting. Now, I'm pretty sure that these are all of the Archaeopteryx discoveries. So you have, it looks like the smallest specimen has the second best head. It's possibly a separate genus or species. So there you have it. Like, it might not even be the same Archaeopteryx, you know. limb bones. There's the one that's like, what is going on? Like, that's not the same Archaeopteryx that we all see. But yeah, I mean, there's like not much to see. I guess this is just a single wing. It's claimed to be a single wing of an Archaeopteryx. And the popular name of this fossil is chicken wing. But that's all I'm seeing here is just these pieces, parts of wings, and there is that one seriously good-looking specimen is like a full Archaeopteryx. This is one of the more complete specimens right here. So the point is there's several Archaeopteryx finds, like a dozen or so, and here's probably the most famous one, right? No, actually, no, that's not it either. I don't know how I don't have a shot of the original. There you go. So here's your, this is the Archaeopteryx that gets shown around the most. Now, the argument is that some of those remains we were just looking at aren't actually necessarily belong to the same species of Archaeopteryx as what this well-known specimen is. Okay. I mean, definitely see the claws in the wings. And there's no beak, is the thing, is from what I understand. So, I don't know. What's this? Now this is something with the beak. See, so this is one of the fossils out of China from that same paleontology site, that dig site. This Aronis, the daybreak bird. It's a Jurassic avian fossil from China, and it upends the long-taught belief that Archaeopteryx is ancestral to modern birds. They've found would be fossilized animals that have everything that modern birds do. So it makes more sense to believe that these are the ancestors to our modern birds because they're modern birds. They're modern looking. They look like modern birds, So whereas the Archaeopteryx has a lot of features that make it a lot less bird-like. So while it has feathers. And they set this thing up. There it is. That's the Aronis. Or Auroranus. Yeah, it had a beak. It was a bird. So there's that problem for the evolutionists. All right. So the deal is that these remains predated the Archaeopteryx by supposedly tens of millions of years. And therefore, it makes more sense to believe that these birds would be ancestral to modern birds rather than some transitional claim, Archaeopteryx being ancestral to our modern birds, or even a distant ancestor to our modern birds. So that's about the whole of it. Now, beyond that, I just, let's read this. How similar was Archaeopteryx to modern birds? Archaeopteryx had some features in common with the birds of today. It had broad feathered wings and a small body, roughly the same size as a magpie. After comparing its eyes to those of modern birds and reptiles, experts concluded that Archaeopteryx was probably diurnal. This means that it would have been active during the day and slept at night, like many of today's birds. We don't know whether Archaeopteryx mostly lived on the ground or in trees. Some scientists think it might have been equally comfortable with either, like a crow. Unlike modern birds, however, Archaeopteryx had sharp teeth and a long, bony tail. Here's from the Natural History Museum. Is Archaeopteryx a bird or a dinosaur? Strictly speaking, all birds are dinosaurs. Didn't you know? But not all dinosaurs are birds. Scientists sometimes use that term non-avian dinosaur when talking about prehistoric dinosaurs that aren't birds. The line between bird and non-avian dinosaur can be vague, and many experts have discussed which way to class Archaeopteryx. For many years, scientists spoke about it as an ancient bird. These days, many people believe that it should be called a dinosaur, which is because of that bit we read earlier, Archaeopteryx being knocked off of its transitional perch on the phylogenetic evolutionary tree of life. It's no longer considered a transitional form between dinosaurs and birds, and it certainly doesn't represent any species that would have been ancestral to our modern birds of today. So, yeah, that whole narrative is blown right out of the water by these discoveries coming out of China. Ultimately, categories like bird and non-avian dinosaur are invented by humans. The natural world doesn't always fit neatly into them. Well, that's what they say when they're lost. Animals such as Archaeopteryx that could sit across two or more categories are sometimes called transitional fossils. Now, there's a problem with the animal classification system, and evolution has caused these problems when you have whales being classified as even-toed ungulates. So, while Archaeopteryx is sometimes called the first bird or the earliest bird, scientists now think that there could be even older bird ancestors. Yeah, because they found them. Dinosaurs such as Archaeornis and Oronis, oh look, might sit even further back on the bird branch of the dinosaur family tree. If so, they are even earlier relatives of true birds. It's very difficult to say for sure. It's really not difficult to say for sure. What it is it's difficult for you guys to change your damn narrative after teaching lies for so many years. I mean, Darwin talked about Archaeopteryx as part of your religion. Like we're basically changing the words of Darwin right now with these discoveries coming out of China, basically saying he was wrong. Okay. That just goes to show that the evolution narratives are not science, they're theories. It's a belief system, not any kind of actual body of knowledge, but a body of thought. A body of beliefs. All right. Now, I did have something else for you guys today, but we'll see what we got here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Neanderthals. I've gone over to the back porch. Let's see. And back to the jungle. All right, to the jungle. All right, I like the jungle. Okay, so here we're going to talk about human evolution again. All right. I know the topic's always the same here, so. And we're going to zoom in onto the human line and the Homo groups. So you have, starting at the bottom, coming off of Africanus, the first Homo species found in Kenya, supposedly the earliest species. So if they find human remains in these layers that are, 2 million years old plus, they automatically get classified basically as habilis, because that's one of the oldest claim human forms that there are. So not human, but the Homo group. So if you find these bones in the same areas that they're finding, say, Afarensis, usually these remains are classified as habilis because it's the earliest one. Okay, so as they find more and more human remains that go back further and further, supposedly in time, and get closer and closer, closing the gap between the claim Australopithecine, missing link, ancestors of mankind. They're slowly making the human line extend further and further past these animals. So eventually it's going to look like just two lines coming up where humans and the apes have always been separated. And this line keeps getting longer and longer. There have been finds coming out of Hadar, such as the AL666 discovery, which is a human jaw, and it's so human that when they found it, they had to claim it was habilis because it was that human. So you have the habilis, you have the ergaster, and the erectus. And a lot of people with the groupers and splitters, as far as when it comes to paleoanthropology, you'll have people that consider the ergaster and the erectus the same species. So a lot of people just have that as one single line, but some separate it, some consider them the same species. So right now you have basically three different species named here: the habilis, the erectus, and the ergaster. Beyond that, the middle one, the ancestor, that's nothing. That's just some mid unnamed, group that it's just a middle. All of these are really just human remains. These Homo groups going up to the actual humans. But to be real, like that's our position here, is that the Homo groups, these remains are so human that they are human. So now you also have the Heidelbergensis and the Neanderthals group, and we'll talk about some of the skulls, because there's not very many Neanderthal. In fact, one of these is not. Actually, two of them, because one of them is a human. Let's see here. What have I got for you today? Okay. So now, here's the skull in the center. Let's see. Whoop, go back. All right, so the skull in the center, member number 3 here, is also this skull right here, I believe. Oh, nope. Okay, so this isn't. All right, so this isn't one fine. Okay, yes it is. All right, so we have the Lafourese one. And this is one of the more famous Neanderthal skulls because there's only, I'd say, three to mention. That'd be more than, say, a piece of skull cap and a jaw, per se. And when you're looking at this thing, you notice that there's a lot of space in the center there where the skull cap is kind of separated. So I guess just assume that there's pieces missing, and that it's not supposed to just be closer together. But there's some question there about that. Now this would be the same. Yeah, so that's Lafourese. This is the same skull. It's a male Neanderthal skeleton or skull, estimated to be 58 to 50,000 years old. It was discovered at the Lafourese site in France by Louis Captain and Denis Perroni. In 1909, the skull is the most complete Neanderthal skull ever found, with a cranial capacity of 1,641 cubic centimeters. Wow. And it is the second largest hominid skull ever discovered. Okay. So you have this one, and then you have this one. Now he's called the Old Man, and this is La Chapelle Saints 1. And the Old Man is an almost complete male Neanderthal skeleton discovered in La Chapelle Saints, France, in 1908. Individual was about 40 years old of age at the time of his death. He was in bad health, having lost most of his teeth and suffering from bone resorption. And man, wow. So yeah, I mean, the teeth are all missing there. That's true. So you have one skull, two skulls, and let's see what's this. Here's another 1908. The Mossière. I never took French in school. I should have. It's an archaeological site consisting of two rock shelters in the Payzac-les-Mossières, a village in Dordogne, France, and is known for a complete skeleton of the species Homo neanderthalis that was discovered in 1908. After the discovery, the skull was dismantled and cast and reconstructed several times. At least 4 times. During the process, the skull received considerable amounts of damage. For example, after it was to the Ethnological Museum in Berlin, dentists broke the alveolar bone to access the teeth. Alveolar bone to access the teeth. It was later damaged in the Allied bombing of Berlin during the Second World War, then looted by the USSR, which returned the remains of the skull to the German Democratic Republic in 1958. The skull is now missing parts, teeth glued to the wrong position, and it is dipped. Wow. So there's a lot going on with it. And that probably is why it has that strange color. But what else do we got? The other well-known Neanderthal find. If my StreamYard doesn't lock up on me. Let's see. All right. I don't know if anybody can hear me in there. I can finally see the comments. For some reason, I couldn't even see the people in the chat for a while. But back now. Sick Big Bad Mama in the chat, Joseph in the chat, Missing Mod. Yeah. And Robin way at the top there. Hey, Robin. All right. So yeah, we're just reviewing the different discoveries here. And I'm waiting for Jason. I don't know. I'm thinking he might come on here eventually. I should probably drop the link in the chat in case anyone does want to join the open mic. So I'm going to do that real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, there was no sound for a second there. Yeah, I was just getting stuff together, you know. US Game Champ is in the chat. I saw Hardy Harhar. Missy Mod is here. Yeah. And I think Praise I Am's just started, so, you know, got that going on too. Maybe we'll see some people from over there. Yeah. So the link's in the chat now. If anyone does want to talk to me, well, that would be great. Until then, I'm going to keep looking at bones. and boring the hell out of everybody, I'd imagine. So, yeah. So let's go back to this chart. We're discussing the Neanderthal skulls. There's like 3 or 4 of those, and that accounts for that entire first bar at the top called Neanderthalis. And that's 1 out of 4 of these species of the Homo group. So that already, you know, my point is they don't have a ton of remains for these several species of animals, claimed animals, they used to exist. So, yeah. And from this chart, you can see that they actually have quite a few remains when they're claiming individuals. So I guess like when you see on Neanderthal and it says hundreds of individuals found, what they really mean is that there's been hundreds of remains of parts of skeletons found rather than whole individual skeletons. Um, Most of these hundreds of remains are represented by teeth, um, pieces of skull cap. You know, so if you find one piece of skull cap, essentially you found one individual, right? Because that's what they're going on here. Okay, so like if you find 3 femurs, obviously you found at least 2 individuals, and so mark them down for 2 then. And then with all these teeth, we can write up a few more individuals. So when you see, hundreds of individuals for these claims, it's just not the case because it's pieces. So let's see what we got. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Big Bad Mama says if you find a fragment, then that represents an individual. And that's exactly my point, Big Bad Mama, is that these numbers, okay, they're claiming all these individuals when what they have are pieces. And what's really hilarious is when they have an entire species imagined outside of skull fragments and no real to go by. That's what should probably interest you all. You can tell a lot about the organism from a tooth or a bone. Yes, that's true. But one thing that's funny for them to claim is that bipedalism can be told from a tooth. Because you have instances in human evolution where they're claiming an entire species of animal from a single tooth and how it's an upright walking being, only later to find out that it was actually a pig's tooth. Well, not a pig's tooth, but something much like a pig. So what you have is a bunch of conjecture, a bunch of lies, and no real science to speak of. Yes, a shard of pottery proves that there was some kind of pottery. But for you to claim what kind of pot and the shape and depth and volume and height all from a piece of pottery would be a huge leap, don't you think? And that's what's going on here is they're claiming hundreds of individuals from collections of teeth, fragments of skull cap. They've really got nothing to go on. I mean, it's their best example of an Australopithecine. And then for the best example of these cavemen, these Homo groups, you really have the skeleton right here. If it'll load it. Okay. So here you have the composite Neanderthal skeleton that was put together by Gary Sawyer in the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. Big Bad Mama. You can see that it's really rather complete. But what you can't see from looking at it is that it's composed of several different finds. So there is no recovered Neanderthal skeleton. What they have here is a composite, so a Frankenstein basically of several different finds from around the planet. In fact, the torso and arms are supposed to be of a male when the pelvis and the legs are from a female individual. Okay. And the skull is a composite from pieces of skulls of Neanderthal from around the world. So what you have here is a fabrication, and they've got it in a museum like they really found the thing. Am I roboting? I'm sorry. What I need is a co-host or someone to hop on here with me. So, but you got to know that I usually start roboting around the time when I start discussing human evolution and such. Yeah, and we're talking about the Homo groups, Big Bad Mama. But if you want to talk about STS-14, this discovery coming out of the Sterkfontein caves in South Africa, we can. I mean, I've got pictures of it over here, so we can move into the Lucy side of things, which is where we started. So this is a good place to get going. All right. I'm going to star your comment there. STS-14. STS-14, Big Bad Mama. Do you mean that those vertebrae and that partial pelvis? Wow, what a find! Yeah, that's amazing. You know what's really amazing is that you think that's a find when you've got Lucy sitting right there, AL2A8-1, which is far more complete, in better condition. Wasn't found in some flowstone rock formation in Sterkfontein caves. It's not deformed and mangled by the fossilization process. But let's see. No, let's see what the question was about this. A partial skeleton. It sure is partial. 1947 by Robert Broom. Robinson. I didn't know Robinson was in Sterkfontein. I knew Broom was. I know Tobias was. I know Clark was. I mean, he could be one of the fourth members there. So Robinson might have been earlier. The pelvis proved the Australopithecus afarensis was able to walk upright on. Oh man, I missed the rest of your question. Oh my goodness, let me go back. On two legs? What? The spinous 6 lumbar vertebrae in the lower back? You don't say. Well, don't you think that would mean that there'd be human remains? All right, that sounds great, Robin. I'd love to have you in here if you do get done. That'd be great. Appreciate that. So STS-14, there's not much to look at except for the pelvis. And it's the same deal in the AL2A-1. I mean, you basically have what appear to be human remains claimed to be of these Australopithecine. With the STS-14 here, I think that the claim is that it's an Africanus. Okay. And you're going to claim that from a partial sacrum. Okay. Mangled ilia. So that would be the pelvic wing bones. You got mangled ilia, a deformed femur, and from this, you're claiming bipedalism? Yeah, you might be able to claim bipedalism, but what's interesting is you're trying to claim that these belong to some Australopithecine, some Sasquatch being. You know, I mean, that's what the discoverers are trying to claim about it, but like, there's so little there to go on. And that's really the whole point about this, because what you have here is the full representation of all the Australopithecine finds. Because while people like Big Bad Mama might believe that there's 400 Afarensis discoveries out there, and might go around blasting these lies that there's 400 different individual Afarensis, you know, alone, when there's really just AL2A8-1 and the Dakika child to represent as far as skeletal finds for the Afarensis. So no, there's not hundreds of individuals to represent these species like they're lying to us about. There's these 7. Australopithecus is a lie. And here you can see the entire spectrum, all the discoveries of Australopithecine that are partial skeletons. And this represents this entire group in the royal blue here. So I'll bring it back a little bit. So this entire group, all these branches coming off of the royal blue section between Pan and human, okay, are represented by those 7 individuals. You have Sediba at the top there. I can read Sediba, Gari, Paranthropus, Ardipithecus. All of these are represented by these skeletons, because the others are just skulls, partial skulls put together by fragments, okay, basically jigsaw puzzles that they made into skulls. All right, the evidence for human evolution is seriously lacking. It's still a missing link, okay, because if what you have here are a bunch of bones that appear to be human and tree-dwelling ape remains, then a box of monkey and human bones really shouldn't impress anyone. And you definitely shouldn't think that that should be considered a transitional form, to have fully developed modern bones of modern things like humans and chimps in a box together, and then claim that when we put them all together into some Frankenstein skeleton, that they are a real animal of their own, you know, because that's what they're doing here in paleoanthropology. So we're going to educate the general public on the lack of evidence for the Australopithecine. They say, look at all these different species, you know, just look at all these different species of Australopithecus, okay? All the way back to Ardipithecus, like we mentioned in that last tree, you know. You have the Sediba, the Gari. The Gari is not represented on those 7 skeletons because the Gari is represented by one individual, and the Gari is just fragmented cranium and a partial mandible. So yeah, the evidence for these things is lacking at best. When they have fragments of skull, partial mandible, not even a foramen magnum to go by, and yet they're claiming that these finds are bipedal animals, okay? When they have nothing more than what would you say would be a chimpanzee skull or a gorilla skull. And here you have these people claiming bipedalism without even a foramen magnum being present. You have people claiming bipedalism after finding a tooth. Okay? That's guesswork. That's conjecture. That's not science. It's not honest scientific research. It's not using the scientific method. It's conjecture. It's a load of lies. And this load of lies is being taken down every day. Only being proven to show more further and further from the truth what's going on. Like I said again, the Lucy skeleton is the best discovery claimed to be an Australopithecine. So this whole royal blue line, okay, this whole royal blue section of human evolution, this phylogenetic tree, okay, Lucy is by far the most complete. And what do I mean when I say this? Because you can consider the STW 573 too, and you can look at it and say, wow, there's more bones, obviously. But what's to be real about this is that the bones discovered in the STW 573 are so badly deformed, mangled, and deteriorated by the flow of water and other stuff coming through the cave over the years that any measurements taken of this skeleton compared to other skeletons and trying to get any kind of data from these comparisons, these analysis, it just won't work because they're mangled. Okay, whereas you have Lucy being found in the gravel on the side of the hill. Okay, and while there might have been some pressure from the fossilization process, what you don't have is water soaking into the bones, bending them with the time, you know, and like, oh, if I could just show you a picture of these remains. Let me get one. Maybe, if I can find it. And I can't, so I won't. But you can just take my word for it. No, I don't know. Hang on. I gotta have something here. So yeah, so my point is with the STW 573, the stuff you got coming out of Sterkfontein, it's deteriorated, it's mangled, you know, it's hard to get a reading from it. Everything's squished. When you have the AL288-1, which even though it's less complete, they have a lot of the pieces for of it, and the pieces that they have are true to size, you know, and true to shape. They're not bent and mangled and even worn away by the flow of water. You'd have more like there's some pieces missing. Like for instance, when you look at the sacrum of the AL288-1 Lucy sacrum, it's a whole sacrum, you know, like there's a couple parts that might be worn off, but like the shape is there, the size is still there. And the sacrum on the STW 573 is non-existent. I mean, you can't really see it from here, but if you look at that pelvis, it looks like you're looking at a jumbled mess of crap. And that's exactly what it is. So if you you realize that they pulled the pieces of that pelvis of the STW 573, the little foot, out of this flowstone layer piece by piece, and then glued it together. Okay, and that's what you have there. Whereas a lot of the Lucy find was found whole. So yeah, Lucy's the most complete, and she's far from complete. And this is the best representation of the entire Australopithecine line. Yes, it's still a missing link, especially when you consider that they've proven that there have been other individuals included in this composite, in the Lucy find. So for the longest time, they were teaching that the reason we know that Lucy, that the pieces all belong to the same individual is because we didn't find any repeating pieces or pieces of other species in that hill. And that's not the case because they pulled a baboon remain out of Lucy, of the Lucy collection. And so that argument's completely been destroyed. Um, and for me, I mean, that's a good reason to question the discovery because for years, I mean, men died believing that this skeleton all belonged to the same individual. You know, and here you have Gary Sawyer, the same guy that constructed that the caveman skull. And it's like here in the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, the same guy. He discovers that there's a baboon remain in the Lucy skeleton. This is in 2015. And it's the same year that NASA launches or names their Lucy mission. So it's pretty interesting, the timing on these things. There you go. If the puzzle pieces don't fit, you must acquit. All right. So here's the thing. Going back to Big Mama's question. All right. STS-14, a partial skeleton discovered in 1947 by Robert Broom, my word. South Africa. The shape of this pelvis proved Australopithecus africanus was able to walk upright. And there you have it. You have, first of all, they're assuming that pelvis belongs to an Australopithecus africanus. And you have it right there. Yeah. I mean, when you have human remains, why would you believe that they'd be anything other than human? So it's the way that they're interpreting these discoveries, really, where the errors lie. So, and some people, they question, because you can't, in the professional field, when you accuse someone of fraud like that, it's not good, unless you have some really good reasons. And I do. But that's why I like to say, leave them some leeway. Maybe they just misinterpreted these remains, and they didn't intentionally misinterpret them. Okay. But I just don't see how paleoanthropologists that study pelvises would find a human pelvis and then misinterpret it to be something else accidentally. And I think what happened is they're comparing, say, 14 average modern human female skeletons to the female members, or the claimed female Australopithecine. So you have an issue there where they're using a selected group of individuals that doesn't represent the entire population of the planet. When you're digging in the ground of the planet, you're accessing a group of individuals of the entire planet, of the entire spectrum of humanity. When you're digging in the ground, you can find anyone that's ever lived. Now, they're comparing these remains that are a little bit different than the average human female, and claiming that they're not human at all then, because they're just slightly different than the average, when there are many humans that are slightly different than the average, even modernly. So what makes the most sense? That there's these Sasquatch beings 3 million years ago that somehow died out when chimpanzees lived, and their offspring also lived, but yet they died. They couldn't hide with the apes, right? There's just these few remains that have been discovered, and nothing really stints quite like Lucy. It seemed kind of awkward for the evolutionists, this lack of evidence. But so it's my opinion here that there's not nearly enough pieces of Lucy's skull to tell anything from. You have 6 pieces of skull. Let's take a look at that. So yeah, you have 6 pieces of skull, a couple pieces of the mandible, none of the maxilla. The skull is completely imagined from these few fragments. Okay, that's not science. That's guessing. Looking further on, You know, you see the vertebrae. You have the pieces of rib cage. Okay, you can see at the top there the single smaller baboon vertebrae that they identified, but have yet to remove from the glass safe in Ethiopia, in the museum in Ethiopia here. The remains have never been tested for DNA, even though because they say you can't. They're just too old to test anyway. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't. Okay, because what if they're wrong about the age of the remains, or at least some of them? Because I mean, you know, they keep these things under lock and key. No one's really allowed to analyze them or look at them critically. Okay, to the point where a baboon remain, something that's so obvious. I mean, they say it's obvious. When they found it, it was obvious. They're so like, it's almost like they're afraid to take a critical look because they know it's not real. Like, that's what I'm getting. I don't know if any of you are getting that, but when you have a baboon bone that's obvious, remaining in unarguably the most famous fossil discovery in the world, okay, you got to know that they're not taking a critical look at this. Okay, I mean, Gary Sawyer discovered this when he was putting together an Afarensis um, display at his museum. Like, he was just like, get the bones for me. I just want to have them to hold in my hand so I can visualize it, guys. Because they weren't putting together like a skeletal display. They were putting together a display with, as them like living beings. So basically a display of a bunch of midget Sasquatches, standing around with no fire, no language. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, Gary Sawyer's looking through these bones, constructing this Australopithecine display, this Afarensis display, and he's looking over the bones and realizes one of these bones just don't belong, and this is in 2015. Like, this is like 30 years after, 30, 40, yeah, like 30, like 35 years or something after the discovery. They finally find the baboon bone. Yeah, they haven't tested this thing for DNA. Okay. They haven't taken a critical look since it's been discovered because, it draws a lot of attention to the Ethiopian museums, brings in a lot of revenue for the country. Like, there's a lot of politics involved with these discoveries. It's not science. It's not all about science. A lot of it is about media, okay, and the coverage and the draw of attention to these countries in Africa that otherwise wouldn't see that kind of stuff, okay? Um, that's why you have the president of a South African country kissing the Naledi on the face. Like, you have this guy kissing this Naledi skull. I don't know if you've seen the picture, but like, this guy is kissing the skull. And it's like, why is he kissing the skull? Well, he's so happy because, what's his name? Bloom? Oh, his name's escaping me now, which is too bad. Lee Berger. Okay, so Lee Berger. Oh man, now I've totally forgot what I was talking about. But anyway, Lee Berger, he's a bad boy. They're trying to get at him now for playing fast with the truth. I mean, he's making these discoveries like the Naledi. Okay, yeah. Okay, back to the Naledi. So the president of the South African country is kissing this skull on the lips in this very famous photo. It got in the newspapers. It's on the internet. It's in the news on the internet, on articles. He's kissing this skull. Why is the president kissing the skull? Because he's so happy about the attention and the revenue that this discovery is going to bring his country. That's why he's kissing the Naledi skull. Which is necrophilia, and it's weird. Anyway, you have no missing links. Lucy is still the best missing link. And there's no foramen magnum, okay? And the only reason to believe that it's bipedal is because of the pelvis. But why do we believe that the rest of the remains belong to the pelvis? Especially when you consider that they pulled a baboon bone out of there. And the narrative has so long been that it's a single individual because only Lucy was found in the side of that hill. There were no other individuals. Well, here we go in 2015, proof. There were other individuals in that hill. In fact, there was a baboon. Who's to say there wasn't a chimpanzee and a human? Okay, when you have the guys digging the remains out of the side of the hill and they're doing it with a shovel, you know, like this wasn't a case where, like, when I first started studying this, I imagined like these guys out in Hadar, you know, Johansson's out there picking around on the side of the hill, moving stones out of the way with his hand. He's got his little brush, you know, he's brushing the dust off of Lucy, right? There's Lucy's hip bone. Brush, 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 brush. A few feet away, he finds brush, 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 brush. Lucy's sacrum. Brush, brush, brush. Lucy's vertebrae. No, that's not what happened. They literally dug the gravel down the side of the hill and collected it and put it into bags and baskets. And then they laid it all out on the side of the river side on these long sheets of cloth. And they picked through the gravel and picked every single hominid-looking bone out of the gravel. Supposedly, when they were done, they had a box of bones that was Lucy. Okay? That's the story. Now, if you want to believe that they found no extra bones and that Johansson and his team didn't pick and choose what went into the box for Lucy, well, then you have greater faith than me. So, hey, Joe Friday, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. Just enjoying my Tuesday night. I think the link's in the chat still if you guys want to join in and chat a little bit. I'm missing my co-host tonight. He still might come by. I mean, it's like 2 in the afternoon or something in Australia right now, so who knows, you know? But until then, I'm just probably going to keep beating on about this Hadar location. Here, a topographical map, I think. Hadar region. This is important because, you know, you can kind of see the flow of water. You can see better in this one. Here's like the river system going into that region. Okay. And for me, this is important because being Hadar is that triangle off the Gulf of Aden there. There's like a far triangle. That's where Lucy's found. Okay. So, like, these remains, these hominid remains, this human and chimp and even baboon remains, were probably washed downstream and deposited in this area, this low area, this deposit in the far triangle, which means that those remains over, you know, the thousands of years that they've existed, they could have come from anywhere on that river. Okay, they didn't, like, Lucy didn't necessarily come from that part of Africa. And the way things are deposited and sediments moved around, you know, who knows where those remains came from. But I really doubt that those remains, if they're dug off the side of the hill, put in baskets, laid out on the shore, picked through, I really, really doubt that that collection is of a single individual, especially a single species. Like, I mean, it could represent a collection of multiple individuals, not just that, but also multiple species. In fact, it's my opinion that there's human remains and tree-dwelling ape remains in that same box. So, you know, if you want to believe in these kinds of animals, that's up to you. You've got these things with human feet and chimp tops, you know. What are they, 4 feet tall? Males get 5 feet tall. Females are like 3.5 feet tall, really? Like children, right? Sure. So they believe in these animals. because Johansson told them to. I suppose. I mean, I guess they want to believe, right? Like, they want to believe in human evolution, so they need it, right? Because, like, if anybody, like, looked at this and compared Lucy to human and chimp remains, you pretty much be able to tell what's going on, I'd think. You know, when you have something so human and so unchimp, and you have other parts of Lucy that are yet so chimp, like, say, this, the maxilla, when you have something that's so chimpanzee on the top, okay, and so human on the bottom, you gotta ask yourself, like, why was Lucy's bottom evolving so much faster than her head? And it's not even that, because it's like, why did Lucy have a human bottom already when she still had a chimpanzee top? That makes no sense. And they want to say that's a transitional? Why? Because it's got fully developed human remains and fully developed ape remains. As I said before, a box of human and chimpanzee remains and a baboon shouldn't impress anyone. And it definitely doesn't impress the creationists that already are skeptical of these discoveries. So, putting that out there. And here's the book, once again, by Johansson, where I got all these lovely pictures from. And got to give credit where credit is due. I mean, this guy really pretty much, he just tries it for himself. If you just read the book, it's like, why would you believe in it? There's things that he talks about in that book, and it's just like, it sheds so much doubt on Lucy anyway that, I mean, do they not read it? I imagine the evolutionists just take it on faith, right? Do they not ever actually deeply study the subject that they believe in, like I do? Lucy walked all the way to Lake Tolly. Oh, yeah. Oh, here comes the slap. Meanwhile, you believe in Noah's Ark. Well, what does that have to do with your issue with a missing link? That's just you lashing out randomly, you know. Oh, I can't defend my belief system, so I'm going to lash out at Christianity, or lash out at the Bible, or lash out at the character of God as I perceive it. That's all you got, man. That's all you got. It's all you got left, because you certainly don't have any evidence for your stupid Australopithecine. So lash out, flail about. That's what we're here for. Well, that's true. There are plenty of bones buried behind any slaughterhouse, and I'll tell you what. I've been thinking about going and getting some and like gluing them all together into some kind of freakish composite, like Lucy, but you know, funny. And then like, you know, pack it all into a box, stuff it up, put some nice packaging in there, send it to the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, just 6 hours from me. Tell them, look what I found, guys. It's a transitional. Put it in the museum. Done is done. Because that's exactly what they did with Lucy. Now, we could talk about the evidence for the flood. I mean, for me, some of the best evidence for the flood is the canyons, gorges, washed out areas around the planet, high elevation lakes that are left over from the flood. I mean, when you think about it, like, if there really was a global flood, then there'd be global evidence for it. And this is exactly what we've come to find. Because you won't see the evidence unless you're looking for it. And once you realize, you know, that there is evidence of a global flood, you start looking into geologists that might have the same view. Because not all geologists are a bunch of muppets that think the water level has never been above the mountains. When you have elevated lakes and you have old lakes in elevated areas that have been washed out and no explanation for how they got up there, but your magical uplift every time, geologists start wondering if you're full of crap. Can it be uplift every time to explain these raised lakes? Really? Really? Consider this. An entire world flooded by water, where the sea level actually rose above the highest mountains. Okay? This would be a miracle, first of all. So, like, try to rationalize this scientifically is like, that's not logical or reasonable in the first place if it's a miracle of God. Then the mechanics of it would be unexplainable, especially God that can multiply things, like our God multiplies things. Who's to say he didn't just multiply the water for the time of the flood and then receded? We don't have to account for where the water went, where it came from. But what's interesting is we can account and show evidence that the water was there at one point. Okay. And when you consider like a planet, what it would be like if if our entire planet was covered in water, and then post flood, okay, what the world would be like after the flood would be a lot like after a rainy day. Okay, you'd look out and there'd be puddles everywhere. Okay, these were the ancient super lakes that are across the entire globe. You have these desert basins claimed to be ancient super lakes. They even know that there are ancient seas and super lakes there. But their time periods for when they were there are wrong. Because a lot of these ancient super lakes are remnants of the shallow lakes and shallow seas that existed directly after the flood. Because when the water left the land, not all the water left. It got locked up and landlocked in a lot of areas. Okay. Now we have these areas across the planet. Like I said, a global flood would have global evidence. These canyons, these gorges, these washed out areas, these elevated lakes, these are all evidence that the water had been at a higher level. Okay. So you can explain them with uplift and your magic millions of years explanation and just like your magic geology of reliance on billions of years of change, when uniformitarianism or this constant change idea that the evolutionists hold, like it's just been raining constantly and it's just constant wear and tear that have created these canyons, when they would probably be better explained in catastrophes, like these catastrophic events that would actually cause fast erosion instead of slow erosion. Okay. Because a lot of these gorges and these canyons across the planet, I find it funny when they're trying to explain it by these itty bitty tiny rivers and streams that they say washed it all out over millions and billions of years, when it's so obvious that there was a global flood and the water after the flood was landlocked. And when these natural levees broke, it caused these canyons and gorges that we see across the planet. Okay, so I live in a place where there's quite a big gorge. I mean, it's big and it's deep. And we've got places up here on top of the hills where there used to be lakes. You can tell there was water up there. And the water washed out. And just the strangest looking hills and mounds because of it. But there's global evidence for a flood. Another thing that would be global evidence for a flood would be the fact that, there's at the bottom of any body of water, sediment collects. And what's left over after this dries is clay. So a global flood would cause clay pretty much all over the planet, which there is. Right? So there's plenty of evidence for a global flood, but rather they have their denial to lean on. They deny there was a global flood, And they ignore the fact that there's such a lack of evidence for their human evolution, especially when you consider the fossils that they're claiming to be proof. of human evolution, and they're so incomplete. And Lucy is still their best discovery. So I think I pretty much knocked that one out. But Lucy was probably some human's dinner. Oh. Billions. I mean, billions. That's a lot of hamburgers. That is a lot of kangaroo meat. I'll tell you that. A whole lot. We've got, oh, let's see, fossil shells on mountaintops. Yes, yes, yes. And, you know, that's just, you know, could be evidence they rose up. Mountains rose up. Because even still, you gotta be like, how did those oysters get up there, you know? Even if there was water. But I don't know. I wish I had a time machine so we could really go back and figure it out for real, you know? But I don't. So we kind of got to look at the evidence. And for me, there's very little evidence that humans evolved from tree-dwelling apes like chimpanzees who can't sing or write or dance or anything human. Okay? In fact, other animals have said more words than the chimpanzees have. But we're supposed to be related to chimpanzees? I don't think so. So back to the photos. Yeah, so back to that. There they are, digging Lucy out of the gravel. Who'd have knew? Another thing, you know, I'll say it again because I said it before. You've got Louis Leakey, and he believed that the Australopithecine, although they were interesting, that he didn't believe that they were ancestral to any humans or even any humankind. You know, so and here you have, and then and this is in the same book by Johansson, where he reveals that Lewis's fascination with Homo was obsessive. The Australopithecines, he insisted, while interesting, were not humans. More, they were not ancestors. Peking man and Neanderthal man were not ancestors either, he believed. It was as if there stretched in Leakey's mind a straight line that went back from Homo sapiens to an ever cruder but always recognizably sapient forebearer, and he was determined to find him. And that's a big deal because you have, that's a big deal because here you have an actual paleoanthropologist claiming to not believe the Australopithecine are ancestral to humans. And I guess the only, you know, thing that they could say, or that some of the YouTube atheists might say, or the evolutionists might say, is that he just, you know, he wasn't around long enough to when they proved it. Otherwise, he'd have believed that. Well, that's kind of putting words in the man's mouth. I mean, he knew what was going on. It's Louis Leakey. He wasn't some schmuck. But hello, Robin. How are you tonight? Thank you for coming on the show.
I'm good. How are you?
So well, just kicking back and gaming and smoking, and doing my thing.
I probably can't. I probably can't talk as fast as Jason.
Yeah, I don't know where Jason is tonight. I don't know. He knows it's the same day every week, so I don't know. He'll be coming eventually, I imagine.
Yeah, because I think he enjoys it.
He
He seems like
does.
it.
I know I enjoy having him on because he says some great things. So
Yeah, he's funny. He's
we get down.
funny.
Yeah.
He's funny to listen to.
But
I get a kick
yeah,
out
I
of it.
mean, did you see the photos of the Lucy skeleton and such?
Yeah, I don't. See, I mean, I'm not a primatologist or a paleontologist or any of that.
Sure.
And so I don't. I don't. I mean, I don't. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. You know, for me, I guess like even though I'm not a professional paleoanthropologist, I like to study it personally, I guess. And I mean, the information is out there. So, like, if a
I
person
mean,
is
I just
so
don't think you can
inclined,
study it from pictures, though. I
they
think
can.
it, like, have you studied paleontology? I mean, I
Yeah,
just feel
yeah,
like the only way I would know what was going on is if I actually studied that field, like, became I don't know. I just, to me, evolution makes sense. It because it explains so much data. Like some individual situations I may not understand, and they may be wrong. Certain like that right there. Lucy could be completely wrong. They could be completely wrong about her, but it wouldn't overthrow all the other evidence for evolution. And just like, but I mean, I don't know. To me, it makes sense. The old Earth makes sense. Um, and evolution, it's supported by so many different natural sciences, the geology and the microbiology and just across through there, all of it matches up together, like it fits together. And I don't know. I just have I can't believe that a boat, like I can't believe in the flood, the world flood of it. The Magic Zoo
sure.
boat just has never been something I could go with on that. Even when I was a Christian, I didn't believe that right there. It
Right.
makes no sense.
Well,
Just that
it is a fantastic story. I think that's
it
like
is a
the
great story.
idea.
It's a
Well,
great
I
story.
mean,
It's a story
unbelievable
that is like
is what I
found.
mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's found in all kinds of, like, it's found in civilizations that were older than
Oh, sure. You
the
mean like tales of it around the planet from different cultures and
well,
such?
like the Epic of Gilgamesh, is pretty much the same similar story. A lot of the stories that are in the Hebrew Bible are found in earlier civilizations, and they're a little different. I will say that the Hebrews didn't just like copy them word for word.
Sure.
They But they adopted a lot of the narratives that were already around in that area. We see that. I mean, we see that not just in them, but in like all of those Near Eastern, ancient civilizations had a tendency to, like, they would like travel. They were nomadic a lot. They were nomadic people for a long time, and they would like come in contact with this group or that group, and they would kind of mesh their cultures together, just like, what I mean, like we do. I mean, we've meshed everything, like Christmas. It's such a amalgamation of everything. You know what I mean? There's German stuff there's German, there's English practices, we've made some of it our own that's separate that we do here in America. It's cultures just change things over time, and that's the way they
Sure.
would adopt. They liked the story because they told oral stories. That's what they did. They didn't have any writing or reading, and the only way that um they could keep the story going of their people, like to keep, to let people know who they were and stuff, and to future generations to know the history of their people was through oral stories. And so when they found a good story, they liked it. I mean, human beings have always liked good stories. We
Sure.
still like good stories. And but I mean, I understand why people have a hard time with it. I do, because it changes a whole lot of. I mean, evolution is probably one of the reasons why I'm not a Christian anymore. And I mean, I guess I hear, like, I don't know. Do you know Dr. Josh Bowen?
You said evolution is the reason you're no longer?
I said it's
Uh,
one of the reasons, yeah.
okay.
But do you know Dr. Josh Bowen?
I haven't heard of him. I'm sorry.
Okay, he's him a seriologist. Him and his wife both are. She's from England and he's from America. He was raised a fundamentalist Christian. He went to seminary, um, and he has a PhD, in Assyriology and all that. He is atheist because once he got to seminary and went through and got way up there, he realized that nothing fit. and so it caused him to lose his faith because, but now his wife doesn't is still Christian because she wasn't raised a fundamentalist, and so she doesn't believe that the Noah's flood was an actual, you know what I mean, story. She accepts all that as stories, and so it makes a lot of
Sure.
sense that
So she
she can,
doesn't
yeah,
have the literal take
yeah,
on it.
it didn't rock her foundation of her faith like it did his. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I mean, I know a lot of people of faith, as I claim to be Christian, even that would say that a lot of the Bible is metaphor, allegory, just stories for morals, to teach morals and stuff, or to install fear, even to control. You know, as far as like you said, the Epic of Gilgamesh reflecting like a flood story and the flood stories from across cultures across the globe. You know, I mean, that is interesting. And there's an argument to be made that maybe the Bible authors, you know, borrowed from these stories. But then there's also the option that the Bible authors recorded the stories, okay? And around the world, other cultures did too, because it was experienced by them all.
Well, they didn't record them written. They weren't written down until much later. You know what I mean? They were written down in later centuries after, or thousands of years after they were supposed to have happened anyway. Like, you know, at least 1,000 or something like that.
Sure, like they were oral before they were written.
Yes,
all of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
but
and I dig
the reason why I said
that.
they're older is because the civilizations are older than what we know of the people that were considered the, you know, the timeline that is in the Bible according to, you know, the ones that figured it out, the timeline. And then we know when the people, like the Hebrew people that actually are considered, you know, the Abrahamic, you know, descendants, we kind of know when those people begin, because, you know, I mean, they were a real tribe of people. I mean, those were actual people.
Sure.
And so we kind of do have some sort of idea of when they, you know, when they rose up as a civilization, and we have some sort of path to follow on them. You know, not as good as we'd like, I'm sure. But even what's funny is even most of the Jews don't believe in the flood.
Well, it depends on, you know, that's just like the Christian. It depends on the Jew. So.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're like, you know, like around almost 50% of Jews that, you know, I mean, of the Jewish people are not even believers in God. Actually, I think like there's that many atheist ones. They're secular Jews, I guess that's what they call them.
The genetically Jewish people.
Or
do you mean like Jewish of Jewish faith?
Yeah, I'm talking about like if you go over to Israel, you know, and there's a lot of secular Jews. There's a lot of Jews that actually, you know, because being Jewish is considered a faith. It's a faith, but it's also a you know, ethnicity. So you can still be of Jewish ethnicity and not actually. And some of them still like practice the you know, they'll go through the Passover and stuff because it's cultural.
Right, it's part of their their family tradition, you know, rather than their religion, kind of.
That's right. I mean, that's right.
Yeah.
You know, it's
and I dig that. I dig that.
Yeah, it's their culture.
But now, you do know, like in one of the Gospels, I mean, probably like 3 of them, he's like, Jesus says something along the lines that they're going to be ignorant of the flood. So, like, basically, he was saying during his time, you know, it was common knowledge of people that this occurrence happened. Okay, whether it was derived from their holy book or from oral history. That's besides that. You dig what I mean? Like the people of Jesus' time, they knew about the flood. Whether they understood the evidence, you know. But what Jesus was saying is that when stuff starts hitting the fan, uh, most of the people will be ignorant of the flood, even the story of the flood itself. So I'm thinking like a future time, even from here. So there'd be a time when people have flat out like almost forgotten the story.
I just don't. I don't think that we know what Jesus said, because Jesus was like.
Well, I mean,
Jesus,
just what it recorded.
there was no one that was writing down stuff at that time. We don't have any kind of, and his at that time only like maybe 5% or something like that of the world's population was literate. And I mean, of course, if Jesus was a son of God, then I really do believe that he probably could have brought, surely to God, a God could read and write. You know what I mean? That to me, if he was a son of God, then yes, he could probably read and write. He would have been literate. I can't imagine you could be a God and not know how to read and write. But the other, like the apostles and stuff, I mean, we don't know that Paul. I'm sure Paul could, but he wasn't an apostle, and I don't think that any of the others really actually could. I mean, they would not have been anybody that would have been trained to write and read. And
well, I
so
think
they
that
didn't,
we can assume Jesus
at
could
that
read and
time, I
write
don't
at
think we
least.
wrote down much of what anybody said. I think that most of the stories, and I'm not a mythicist. I believe that
Sure.
Jesus is probably was a real person. I mean, there's no reason to think he was not a real person.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen evidence that made me convince me that he was not real.
Oh, I believe
And
he's a real person too.
yeah, and so I mean, but some people are mythicists. Some people think that he didn't even live; that he's just like a
Yeah, it's
amalgamation of
completely
several. Yeah,
made up. Yeah.
and I just don't think they can prove that. I don't think that they had.
No,
They can.
I
They had.
agree.
And I think that even like Bart Ehrman says that there's certain things that are attributed to Jesus that he actually believes are words that Jesus spoke. You know what I mean? He, Bart goes there, and because he's not a mythicist either, and he believes that there are certain passages and stories and things that can be exactly attributed to Jesus more than likely. You can never be sure, but just going by what what seems reasonable or what seems rational.
Yeah. I mean, as far as me, like, I don't consider the words of Paul the word of Jesus, but from where I'm drawing my stuff would basically be from the Gospels themselves, and what maybe not necessarily the exact words they said, but as they're remembered by the authors, whether they saw them or not, that's my best source of the words of Jesus Christ. So that's what I work off of. But
maybe say something that
sure.
I don't know what Scony or whatever. Ignorance is bliss. I'm not ignorant, Scony. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm not ignorant. And I'm not ignorant.
I'd never call you
called
ignorant
twice in your chat. I mean, this is the part that drives me crazy right here, is coming to where people call you ignorant.
Well, I mean, no, you're not ignorant.
I could be wrong, and you could be wrong.
Right? No, I'd say that I'm definitely wrong, and
no.
I'd say there's probably no one that's got everything right.
I don't know, but I think it's really rude of y'all to call people ignorant. I don't know. It's not an argument of any kind.
It's not. It's just gaslighting you.
It doesn't defend your faith any either. So
instead of what people should say, if they're going to go that route and say something like you just don't understand and gaslight you like that, they should be able to tell you what you don't understand and explain it to you then. Well, I mean, if they're going to come at you like that, then they should be able to say it. But a lot of times when people gaslight and lash out, they won't. So.
And you can believe whatever you want, y'all. I mean, I just don't understand why people. I mean, you have to get out and like go through the biblical scholars. I mean, there's people who know so much more about when these books were written and who wrote them and which ones were written by who, and stuff. That's what they spend their life doing. That's what they spend their entire
Sure.
life studying that. And I just,
Sure,
I
and
mean,
I've seen a list of the supposed authorship dates of the New Testament books and the Old Testament books. I mean, I've seen the charts and stuff. I just,
yeah, and
it's like, but
there's
it's like our
Christians,
best source.
yeah, there's Christians and atheists that are about biblical scholars, but they all love the Bible enough to spend their whole life studying it. So
Right, atheist Bible scholars, right? Isn't that funny? It's like they'll study the thing.
I mean, that's what Bart Ehrman is. Bart Ehrman is, and he loves the Bible, though. I mean, he thinks the Bible is just like the best book that was ever written.
Oh, it's a beautifully written book. Yeah.
I
mean, just the authorship alone, like the diction that they use, the authorship, the words, the terms they're using, the in-depth language of the Hebrew language, how descriptive it is. Okay, the terminology. It's just like it's amazing.
And Bart says it's the most important book. It's like the most important, piece of literature.
Sure.
In human history. I mean? So
you mean Mark Stoney? Who? Mark Reed?
No, Bart Ehrman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, well, and he's an atheist.
If I heard the word of God, Hardy, I would not need faith.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's like you have two options, and I mean, it makes sense to believe what's true. Okay, like you find the truth, you're going to believe that. Right? So, like, for me, there's two options. And I think one, there's hope, for something else after this. Whereas on the other hand, there is no hope such like that. Like, there's no hope for something beyond this life.
So that's what matters to you is like living forever.
Yeah. For me, it's like, I think some Christians seek eternal life in death. And I think that's weird. Because, God promises eternal life with him, not eternal death with him. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, by the way, we have got Ireland behind us here. That's where we're at, as I took you to the mountains of Ireland.
I like that. I want to go there.
Me too.
I don't know. I don't really want. I don't really. I guess when I lost my faith, the thing that bothered me the most wasn't the idea that I wasn't going to live forever. It was the thought that I wasn't going to see my grandparents again. I had, that has always, I remember that was the very first thing that I thought about, and I sat and cried about it because I had always thought that I would see my grandparents again. And I guess that was the hardest realization that I came to when I lost my faith, was that I was not going to see my grandparents again. But other than that, living forever, my mom and dad are still Christians, and they've asked me a million times we talk about this sometimes. My mom, we've got to, if mom gets too much preachy, then I won't talk to her about it. And my dad don't like us to get into it over it. So
I don't blame you.
But
I can't talk to my dad about it either at all.
Part of what makes life so valuable and so precious and so meaningful, or not maybe meaningful, but precious, is that I don't believe that we could get another one. I mean, I believe that we're here and I hope I'm wrong. As Christopher Hitchens used to say, I like surprises.
It would be nice if you're wrong on that, I tell you.
Yeah, I'd like surprises.
I would love to live again. Wouldn't you love to live again? Like, I mean, if you do get to live with your people again, like all of them.
I mean, I don't. I don't.
Because, I mean, they're all disagreeing on the versions of heaven. You know what I mean?
Yes, and see, one thing is, I never, even growing up as a Christian, I would, a lot of Christians have a fear of hell. Like a big fear of hell. That's I'm actually an ambassador for Recovering from Religion,
Sure.
and
And that's
at a
because the
phone.
church teaches that and uses hell as like they
Yeah,
hold it over your head, and
yes,
they push fear. Like they're
and it
teaching
teaches.
with
Yeah,
fear, and that's bad. I
and
agree.
a lot of people actually grow up, and don't even have faith anymore, but they still have this internal fear of hell that like wakes them
Hmm.
up in dreams and stuff, And I never did the hell never. I never could believe the hell. I mean,
Hmm.
even when I believed the heaven or believed the you know whatever version of heaven everybody has as their own. I think each person has all kind of their own imaginary what it's going to be like. But
Sure.
I couldn't accept hell. I mean, I could not believe in hell. It just it makes no sense to me. It never it just it doesn't even fit with the description of the God that I believed in. And
Yeah.
so hell's not a thing. I can't believe in hell. But
Well, I certainly don't believe in Catholic hell. I'll tell you that much, Robin.
well, I don't know what's the difference. I mean, I was a Baptist, and our hell was just as fiery and hot and whatever as anybody else's, according to our preacher
Sure.
pastor. But I just never did
And a
believe it.
lot of
I
that
just
is the pastor. That's the pastors too, and doctrines. It's more doctrines than the Bible, I think, a lot of the times.
yeah,
I
my
mean,
church was an
there's
old
some
time.
accounts of what would be hell in the Bible, I guess. You know, but
Well, like the Hebrew, the Jewish people had a different idea of, and my dog's gonna start. The Jewish people had a different idea of like afterlives and stuff, and
oh sure,
the, and the you can notice that the story of hell evolves somewhat as the Hebrew people become um, part of the Greek, around the Greek culture and the Roman culture. You know what I mean?
hmm
And so they begin to adopt like around the first century BC, something like that. You start seeing
like
an
even the
idea of
term
hell.
Hades.
Yeah, an idea of hell that is similar to like um, Dante's,
Hades,
Inferno and Hades and stuff like that.
and what other ones? I'm sorry.
Like Dante's, and like Dante's Inferno.
Sure.
Um, you start seeing those kind of stories, and like
And
Hades,
that's
like you
what I
said.
mean by like the Catholic. When I say Catholic hell, I mean like Dante's with the 7 different
Uh,
layers and working in
yeah,
different areas, and
yeah, they got
like that's all. That's all extra biblical
they got all that wailing room.
Catholicism,
Don't they have a
potpourri.
waiting room? Like, what is it called? A purgatory. Purgatory.
Yeah,
You got a waiting
there you
room.
go, purgatory. That's also something that I can't find in the Bible itself for some reason. So
No, like
now, believe me,
Catholicism
you're a
is,
Protestant too if you're Baptist. So I'm raised Protestant. I've
yeah,
always been against the
yeah.
Catholic Church. Christian as
I was
Christian. So
I went to a Catholic funeral. A real good friend of mine died, and
uh,
he was Catholic. And I went to his funeral, and I found out that I don't have the knees to be Catholic. But
there you go.
I mean, we did like there was two of us there that were raised, that were not Catholic. And we were big buddies with him, and he was being Gilbert. We're sitting there, and Gilbert's like, he said, my knees would never take being a Catholic because we were up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, and we didn't even know what we were doing. You know what I mean? But we just when everybody else got up, we got up. When everybody else sat down, we sat down.
Go with them when you're in Rome.
But we did it like I don't know how many times. That is just blowed my mind. I was like, what are we doing at a funeral too? It was like I don't know.
With
We
that, you
didn't know
don't
what
need
we
aerobics or anything. You don't.
no. So
Now I've
no,
been to Catholic mass and stuff. Like I've eaten the bread and drank the juice with them and stuff. And you know, I've been to a Jewish church. I've been to Catholic church. I've been to Baptist church. And I've been to. One thing I haven't really. I mean, I've studied with Muslims, but I haven't been to their temple or whatever,
yeah.
their Ramadan and on their adventures and stuff with them. I don't know if I'm really welcome, but
I listened to Rabbi David Wolpe. Do you know him? He's done some debates with Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris back in the day.
Who is it?
You know,
The pastor?
Rabbi David Wolpe.
I've
And
never
he
heard of
was,
him.
but
I
he
know
was okay.
Hitchens. But...
Well, he was a, you know, he's a theist, but him and Hitchens debated a lot, and like him and him and another rabbi debated Sam and Christopher and stuff like that. So, but he was the rabbi until last year. He was the rabbi at Sinai Temple in Los Angeles, California,
Oh
and
wow!
he's at Harvard now. He's doing like a guest teaching thing at Harvard. So, but anyway, I watch his. I sometimes watch his sermons. You know, he's
Well, that's
got some
good.
good
Yeah,
ones.
I like the Messianic. They have this service from California's Messianic service,
Yeah,
Messianic Jewish service. That's pretty decent. Like I watch that on Saturdays, and
yeah. Well, if you ever go to Sinai Temple and look up Rabbi David Wolpe, that's him. He's he's I like
I'll have
him.
to
He's
check that
funny,
out.
and then I watch. I
But what's he
sometimes watch.
saying though? Like as far as like
He just has
what are
different.
some of the good?
I don't know. He just always has a message that comes through. You know what I mean?
Cool.
That kind of resonates with life for everybody. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
He'll a lot of times he'll use the biblical stories, um, and you know, I mean, he uses the biblical stories, but it will resonate with you in a way that it teaches. You know, it's something you can get out of it. You know, take away from it. You know, that makes you think. You know that
That's
fits
what I
this.
like from a pastor or a rabbi.
Yes, yes. I think the rabbis are really good at that. I think they are.
Yeah.
And then Aaron, I also watched. I actually there's a UU church, Universalist Church, in Dallas, Texas, and he's not there anymore. But they still have all his sermons. There's Reverend Aaron White. He's really good too. I recommend anybody watch his because he's the same way. He pulls something out that is something that anybody, because the UU churches, you know, they accept anybody. Atheists, you can go there if you're a Muslim, you can go there if you're a witch, you can go there, and
That's how it should be.
yeah, and there's no requirement to believe as we believe. You know, what I mean that's not the way they are. And I'd say that there's a lot of them that are non-believer, you know, congregations, but it gives them a sense of community and a church, you know, to go to. And like the one here, they have potluck once a month, you know, and stuff like that. And I think I like going there. I mean, it's the one here
Well,
though
I think a lot of
there's
people
not
are
as many
looking for
atheists in
like
it.
some kind of community, you know, get together, kind of do
Yes.
like church offers, you know. So I know that there is a humanist church coming out of the UK that's in the US now, where they're, you know, they gather every Sunday and they get together and pray. And well, they don't really pray, but they hold hands and stuff, you know.
A lot of people stay in. I mean, I'm a phone agent on RFR, and I mean, there's a lot of people who don't believe in God, who still attend church because
Sure.
if they left there, they would give up all the like. Okay, do you know who
And they might
Nitty
have
is?
family there.
Do you know Nitty?
I don't think so.
Okay, Nitty is a content creator on YouTube here. Nitty, you know, he lost his faith. His family, his kids, his wife, you know, still go to that church, and he wanted to keep going to his church after he lost his faith. And he, you know, he was like in Bible class or Sunday school or whatever, you know, because he didn't want to lose his family and he didn't want to lose all his friends and he didn't want to lose his community. And they pretty much told him that if he didn't believe anymore, he didn't need to be there. And you know, so I thought that was pretty. To me, it seemed like that would be the worst thing you would do if somebody lost their faith is you just run them off. But
Yeah, it's very callous. I mean, I see the repression on both sides, you know. which is basically where you're pushing things away, pushing people away. Groups of people, just ideas. You don't like the idea, so you'll push anyone that has that idea away. Just callousness. And, you can't teach that way. But people aren't into teaching. People are into yelling at each other,
Freedom of thought is like the most important human right there is, I think. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, our Bible, it says that our God is the God of knowledge. And that to me means that he wants you to know everything. He doesn't want you to hide from knowledge. Like, we're supposed to know it all. So, whether it's good or evil, we're going to know. Because you got to know evil to avoid it. So, in fact, God says that the reason his people are destroyed in the end, or even now, is because of lack of knowledge itself. If we knew how to fix our bodies and our systems to where they'd live 1,000 years again, we could do that. Maybe we could fix the curse. I don't know.
We're working on it.
We are. In science, I think we'll get there.
Yeah, one of these days, I think they'll be able to download just like our consciousness.
Oh, wouldn't that be weird?
And I mean, I don't know. I mean, just I don't know. It's weird. It depends, I guess, as long as the the extremist Muslims don't kill us all.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean,
oh my gosh, I don't know what's like. It's all seems to be falling apart or starting to move a lot faster right now. I'll tell you that, Robin.
Well, I think world, always been. I guess I would just look back. I mean, there's always been some kind of war going on. People hate other people. There's just more of us now. I mean, there's more of us, and we have we have the ability to see it in real time. If we don't hear about it, like in a letter or on a newspaper or something like that, we can watch it on TV. We can see it as it's happening, and so we're a lot.
And the weapons that we have now are so much more devastating than they ever were.
Yeah,
and it's only gonna go on, and get more and more devastating, these weapons. So. And that's why it's one day someone's just going to push the button. It's all going to suck into the black hole or whatever, and I believe that's possible.
I mean, we created weapons that can destroy our whole, everybody. That's crazy.
Sure.
I don't think.
Oh yeah, we keep screwing with the viruses and stuff.
To do that.
Well, your mind tells you it's inevitable. Here we still are, So hopefully we go on. I really do. I think that we could step up. We could make it into the heavens and the space. I believe as a race we could do that.
If we ever figure out,
it's possible.
We have found exoplanets that are actually a lot bigger than Earth. Some of them are and some of them would be even more habitable than Earth is.
Bigger than our Earth.
Yeah, bigger than our Earth, and they would be more habitable than Earth is, temperature wise. And
you mean in other solar systems and such?
I think they're in our galaxy though, but they're still so far away though. It's
sure.
I'm saying? We still don't have any kind of capability to get that far. But there are some exoplanets that they have found that there's one that's way bigger than Earth. We would have just way more room than we do, but we don't know how to get there.
Sure. But I think we'll figure it out someday. I think we'll figure that out, because just like we used to not be able to get across the ocean, in our boats, it's just the same concept. It seemed impossible then. And flight seemed impossible. Getting into space seemed impossible. Getting to the moon seemed impossible. And now this just seems impossible. We're going to conquer that too. I think we really will. But we really do. And we need to have interstellar space travel. And then we need intergalactic. What is it?
Do you believe we've been to the moon?
I believe we have. And I think that we've got robots rolling around on the moon. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. There's a lot
I
of
know, because you
people
probably
who
got asked, because a lot of people, don't. Yeah,
I'm
in the
around.
community.
I'm
In the
around a
community. So.
lot of. I'm around a lot of flat earthers on like on Matters Now, that channel, that stuff. There's a lot of flat earthers on there that they don't believe in the moon. They don't
The
believe in
number of
space. They
flat
don't believe.
earthers astounds me. In the community on
Blows my
YouTube.
mind.
I have
Yeah,
no idea
yeah.
how that is. I mean, when I
I don't know.
interact with them, I do try to get at them sometimes, but I kind of leave it alone for the most part, because I just don't get it, and they're not
Yeah.
ready to talk about it usually.
No, I
So
don't feel like it. I'm gonna make them. I'm not, and I'm not. I'm not a person who can argue the science enough. Me myself, I can't argue the science. Look, see, Kitty Mama said we have not been to the moon,
well,
but
a lot of people believe that.
I've
So
not been to the moon. No, I haven't.
is Kitty Mama in the
Obviously,
chat?
uh-huh.
Oh, hey Kitty Mama, good to see you. Thanks for coming to the chat. Devin Phoenix is in the chat. I don't know how I didn't see him yet. What's up, buddy? And Hardy Har Har, if he's still around, what's up?
I don't know, but I believe they went to the moon. So I can't. But I can't argue the science of it. And I believe in space. I believe that Captain Kirk went to space, and because I trust Captain Kirk, and he said he went to space. So,
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I've got this great video. I'll send it to you later or something, but it's by Blink-182, where this dude, basically, he jumps from a satellite, all right, in space, in a spacesuit, and falls to the planet Earth, and opens up his chute on the way down. And it's completely real. Like, this dude jumped from, the high atmosphere.
Okay. He
And
wasn't outside. He wasn't outside the atmosphere, though, was he? I mean, you burn up.
Well, it's all in the fall. You know what I mean? Like how you do it. And if you have the right suit, it's possible. So, but yeah, you're right. The friction, it can get you, and you gotta control the fall, because the friction will get you. And that's why meteors and stuff burn.
I mean, we have the ability to send a. We have the ability to send a probe to meet a specific comet in space as it's coming through, or asteroid coming through our atmosphere, through our, our solar system. We, because we can predict when they're going to come. We can send a probe to that and land that probe on that asteroid and take a sample of it and bring the probe back. And if if you can, the absolute understanding that it takes to do something like that right there.
Yeah. Math is an amazing thing. Like, it's a language and a tool.
Math, to me, going to the moon seems simple compared to that. I mean, look at the James Webb Telescope. I mean, look where it's at, and look how far it can see and everything.
Yeah.
And no, they did not admit that, and we can leave. I don't know, we can leave Earth, but I mean, everybody's free to believe what they want. But I believe in the moon landing. I believe in the moon landing, and I believe that we go in space, and we know how to do all kinds of stuff.
Well, Robin, it's a little known fact that the Sea Science family actually engineered one of the cameras on the moon lander. The camera that you see videotaping the landing on the bottom of the lander. Yeah, we worked for the Kodak company, so we actually helped design some of these cameras. But
I don't believe NASA said that, Devin. Devin, why would NASA say that they cannot leave the orbit?
Either way, what's interesting about the moon, and not a lot of people know, well, I don't know, people that know get that. Okay. So anyway, what's interesting about our moon is it's so big compared to its host planet that it makes it different from any other of the planet systems in this solar system. Because our moon is like a fifth the size of the planet. You know, where you have Jupiter and it's like huge. Like Jupiter's huge. You dig it? So even if it had like a planet-sized moon, its moon would look so small compared to the difference between our moon and our Earth. And like you've got this rock floating around, you know, in orbit around our planet. And it's so far out, but it's like a fifth of the planet's size.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine what it's like?
And it stays in its orbit.
To be like, even, but you know, back, like even around, even if you don't believe in the earlier, you know, hominin species, just our first humans, you know, that to look up there and try to, they would think about that, you know, the moon, and
sure,
think about, it's just so wild to think that, you know, that someday that people would get to go there, or, and really, I mean, there's not much up there. I mean, it's just dust and rock.
There's some rocks. You got dust, right? I mean, you've got the Maria, or the mare. Have you heard of the lunar mare?
The what?
The lunar mare. It's the Maria. It's these. If you're looking at the moon any night where you have a clear view, there's dark spots on the face of the moon that kind of look like the man in the moon.
Oh yeah.
But these dark areas, they're called the lunar Maria, and they used to be when they first, like when astronomy was, you know, first developed, and they were trying to come up with ideas or reasons why things were dark in space. You know, they were looking at these dark spots on the moon, and they thought that they were just like the desert basins on our planet. You know, so they really believed that there was once, before we went up there, that they believed that at one time there was ancient seas on the moon. That these darker areas were those seas. So when you look at the moon, or if you look at a map of the moon, they have these craters named, and then they also have named are these lunar mare. And those are these huge basins that they used to say were created by seawater. But now they're saying that they're volcanic formations. Basically, like this is where apparently they believe that the moon was volcanic at one point in time in its early history. Okay. Whenever that was. And that these lunar mare, these dark areas, were actually created by volcanic activity on the moon.
See, I always thought that it was like a big old, we're like another planet or something smashed into us, and like that it was a, you know, it was a piece of Earth.
They got thrown up there, yeah. Well, that's how they teach it. That's the way they're teaching it.
I mean,
for the most, that's the main
like
theory.
Because a lot of the, you know, what you find, like the different elements and stuff are had the same ratio and stuff like that. But of course,
they found a lot of the same rock up there.
Yeah, there's no core or nothing like those. So like we have on Earth, you know, like our dino core and stuff. That so.
Well, ideally, you see with the moon, it's like they've calculated basically the mass of the moon, and what they've done is they've gone by the distance, because they know the distance, and then they go by the pull of the tide on the sea, and how high it's risen, and through that they were able to come up with the value of the mass of the moon. And what they found out is that it actually is pretty porous. So it would be like what they say is it's either hollow, okay, because there's that hollow moon theory, which is probably not the case, or it's mainly composed of volcanic rock, which would be porous. You dig it? So and that gives you about the right weight ratio
But that makes
for the
sense.
size of the moon. So
That makes sense though, because all right, at the time that they can say that that it got chunked up, knocked off, at the time when our planet was like molten, sort of, you know what I mean, like or I mean, if you go back in what they say about the history of the planet, anyway, there was a time, when the the planet was more of that kind of, what I mean, it was
supposedly all magma or whatever,
yeah,
or
yeah,
in
yeah,
liquid
that's what I'm trying to
form.
say.
Yeah,
And so
super
it
hot.
would, so that would make sense, that it would come off, it would be a lot easier to knock a chunk of it off that way. And of course it would have,
Yeah, maybe.
but it's
I
really
mean, my
wild. I mean,
only
all of
like,
that. It's amazing.
yeah, for me, like the formation of the moon, like that theory, which is the main theory, by the way. Like this is what that's what they teach, is that some large body slammed into the early Earth while it was in the magma state and kind of threw up the materials,
Yeah.
and then those coalesced
Yeah.
and formed the moon, And I'm
Yeah.
like, and for me, like, I mean, it's a nice idea, but like when you consider the size, and like we were talking about, this thing is a fifth the size of our planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, and it's so far away. Like if you had like a basketball on your table and that's our Earth, and then you had a softball, like a regular size softball, on the other end of the table, that's how far away it is.
Well, I mean,
And it's like,
I figured the sun
right,
is like pulling on it, but then the
sure,
Earth, it's so close to the Earth that the Earth is pulling on it too. And
sure.
actually, it's getting further away, right? A little every year or whatever, supposedly.
That's what I've heard. Like I've heard people say it's getting further away. I have people say that it's recessive, it's coming and going. Sometimes it's going away, sometimes it comes back.
Yeah, I think it does that, but I think it still go. I think it is. I mean, I think it does like kind of like pull and like back and forth,
Sure.
depending on how close we are to the sun and how so whenever the sun's gravity gets stronger, that it probably pulls. But I believe it is like actually moving a little bit away from the Earth. I mean, I don't think it's real
Sure.
fast, but I think it is like over several decades or something like that. It's a little bit further average away than it was the decades before.
And
Because
that's
and
the
that
other
further,
thing that makes me question that whole thing, because I know that's something that they're saying over there at the church,
but
is that
the further it
it's
gets
getting
away,
further away and further away.
the further it
But
gets
like, but
away,
think, but I
the
mean,
easier
but
it's going to
like,
be for it
think
to
about the
go.
measurement of that, though, Robin. And I mean, maybe they used lasers. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
But
See.
when you're talking about a half an inch a year or whatever,
I'm so
and then
not
I'm
a big
supposed to
person.
believe that they're measuring it.
I mean, I think they are measuring dot. Like I said, we can actually
Sure.
send a probe into space and land it on an asteroid and take a probe of the asteroid and bring it back. And the asteroid is traveling through space. And so we know exactly where to send the probe to meet the asteroid in space.
Oh,
It's just
absolutely.
so I mean, figuring
Which is
out
remarkable. It is
doing the
remarkable.
math for the moon is easy. It
Yeah.
would be easy.
Yeah, but I mean,
For
it's just the like it's the distance, and then the difference that they're trying to claim. Because when you have hundreds of thousands of miles, you dig what I mean? Like, think about taking this measurement on the Earth, and I know it's not the same because this is like a straight line. But if we were going to go even 2,000 miles, not hundreds of thousands, but 2,000 miles, even with a laser, like we're going to measure across America and be within an inch.
well, I mean,
And but you see where I'm coming from. Now I don't disagree, and they might be right. They might be absolutely right. And they might have completely measured that. I'm just saying I'm skeptical because I'm a skeptical guy.
I couldn't do it, but I mean, I think there's people who
Yeah.
know a lot more about it than I do. So that's
Sure.
I mean,
Oh yeah, me too.
like,
I mean,
if they need to know something about meal calling, I can tell them about that.
yeah.
That's about it.
I just find the moon so interesting just because the fact, like, it's like I was saying, like that basketball thing and how far away it is and the size of it. And just even that, like, and I understand like gravity, you know, or the concept of it and how things are attracted, but it's like, it's really moving at just the right rate where it's hanging in orbit around the planet and it's that far away in the size of these objects.
Yep.
You know, it's like, it just amazes me that it does what it does. Like the orbits of our solar system and the workings of it. It's like, yeah, okay,
cool.
I can make that happen on my table. I don't know.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's
Cool.
really cool.
It is so, and you know, that's why it was so unbelievable. And that's probably why they thought there was a flat earth for so long, because they just couldn't get the concept in their head. Like the earth is really hung on nothing. We're just up in space.
Well,
like this big blue marble going around, and
it makes sense for them to believe in flat earth.
Yeah,
I mean,
but not today.
I mean, when the only mode of transportation you have is walking or something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which the early people, you know, I mean, they didn't even ride camels or anything like it. When walking is how you get somewhere. I mean, your understanding of how big the earth is going to be so small.
Right.
Compared. I mean,
and that's true ignorance. You know, that is ignorance.
I mean, yeah, but you know, it's rational for them to believe the Earth was flat. It was rational.
It is.
You know, it was reasonable. It was rational.
Because they just don't understand. You know.
And I mean, look how many years we traveled by boat, you know, and stuff, and still didn't. You know, the North American continent wasn't something that, you know, I guess some of the Vikings had discovered it years and years before, but other than that, I mean, all of Europe didn't even know that this continent was here.
Yeah.
So they didn't have any idea of how big the Earth was actually, you know, or what was in it.
Isn't that wild that the Vikings knew though, and then the Europeans didn't for so much longer? Yeah. And it's almost like the Europeans were controlled by their, you know, by their thought system. Like their philosophy kept them from understanding something that was known since ancient times. Because like they've got these maps that have the globe like completely drawn out, and they predate, you know, the accepted globe Earth of Europe. Like when that concept came around, like it predates that. It's like people have been around the planet, but then it was like that information was forgotten. And I almost blame the Catholic Church for that one. Probably. Because it's like they stifled knowledge so bad that even if we knew something like that, they would have gotten rid of it, you know?
I think 240 BCE was when the first globe, something like that. 280 BC, it's like the first globe model.
Wow.
So yeah, so it was a couple hundred years before Jesus, you know, was supposed to have been born, but that was like the first globe model. That was, you know, that was Greek. I can't think of his name now. They came up with that, but we don't have a globe we have the oldest globe we have that's actual physical globe model, you know, somebody made is much younger than that, but like he's the first one that like did the math and came up with the model that the planet was round. And
200 BC that's an old one. That's very old.
We don't have his actual physical model, you know, that he did.
Sure.
But I can look at,
but at least the concept, if he was writing about it, if the concept's there, that's what matters, you know. So yeah, I mean
I'll look at it.
So like you have Europe really believing in a flat earth still all the way up to the 1400s. You know what I mean?
Uh,
And it's almost like they were controlled from understanding an obvious truth just because they were groomed, by their controllers to believe in a certain state philosophy. Okay. You probably see where I'm going with this.
yep. Crates of Malice
And it
was his
kept them
name.
blinded. So,
Crates of Malice was his name. He was a Greek philosopher who lived in Turkey. What is now Turkey?
oh, wow. He came up
Yeah,
with the first globe model, or at least
yeah.
recorded it.
Yeah, yeah. He was the
Hmm.
first one. He's the first one that recorded. But now the oldest globe, that like physical globe, like what you see on your desk that we have.
Sure.
It was made in 1492, just before Christopher Columbus sailed to the New World. It is
No doubt.
it was made by a German geographer, and but it still does not have the North American continent on it, the South American continent, Australia, or Antarctica. Because they didn't know any of those existed.
That sounds cool.
They didn't know any of those existed. So
Yeah.
I guess they thought it was just ocean.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like, I don't know, it's and like they didn't even really explore because they didn't think there was something to go to. And that's like, and I think that's comparable, to what's going on here with the stars. Because you got people think we can't even reach the next star or even the next planet or whatever.
Yeah.
And so they just don't even try until someone comes along that's like, of course you can. I'm going to go do it. And then the guy goes and does it. And then they're all living on the moon or whatever. I don't know.
I would have been scared to have been in a boat, a wooden boat, and set sail. You know what I mean?
Heck yeah.
Like going around the Horn of Africa and stuff like that. I mean, that was like, oh my gosh, what I mean? That was like a horrible experience for most. Like, seemed like about half of the ships never came back after that from there because what I mean, it's so bad. The weather's so bad down there.
Oh yeah, they probably, like, a lot of them crashed, and it's just like how much money and like goods were wasted in those shipping things across the water. Like, so many ships went down in storms and stuff. It's like the kings were throwing money out the window sometimes, trying to send goods across the water. It's wild. But yeah, I mean, I think we got off, kind of derailed a little bit. But yeah, I mean, like, I did like what you were saying about the cultures around the planet. They had the flood stories too. And like, there's the suggestion that the authors of the Bible maybe, use those stories to write Genesis or whatever. And I mean, that's an option, but like the same thing is still there, that they could have had an oral tradition of some flood story and included it in Genesis just as easily as if they could have copied it from a previous civilization.
I think the Hebrews adopted those stories from the earlier things. I think the writers were recording,
which could be. And then another thing has to be said,
as they were told. I mean, I think the stories had already been developed like for a long time before. And if you notice, there's two different. I mean, all the Old Testament scholars, pretty much the consensus is there's two different Genesis narratives. Genesis 1. There's two different stories there. I don't know why the authors chose to include both stories. I don't know. Maybe that both of. I figured that when they came together to finally write this down, that there was sort of several different groups of people. There was this group and this group, and each one of them had been packing their own story around. And rather than like pick one and make the other one mad, that they probably just went ahead and put both of them in there. because
Adopted it.
they are two separate stories. I mean, people try to act like they're not, but they are. I mean, one of them, the order of creation is different.
Do you mean
and
chapter 1 and 2 of Genesis is what you're
yeah,
talking about?
yeah,
Okay.
they're two different
All right.
stories.
I know that that whole deal about that, and
they're two different stories.
like it does seem to be written almost by two different authors. Some people say,
Yeah, well, they're like in two different
because
styles. The
right, like there's almost two different styles between the two. Even the name, even the title of God changes. I think, that they're using.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, necessarily mean it comes from two different storylines or adopting two different things.
Well,
It
I mean, I
could
just
be
think
the
that
same
two
story.
different maybe two different tribes or two different, different, like, when they get ready to write it down, you've got some people that were over here that were using this story, and then you've got some people over here that were using this story, and so if you pick one, you're kind of making the other one, you're kind of leaving the other one out. So you just kind of put both of them in there, sort of, but they're different stories, and like the one that's got
I'd agree that they're definitely different styles, but in my opinion, they sort of agree.
But they don't, though. One of them says that man and woman were made at the same time, created at the same time, and first they were created before the other animals, and like the days when this was built, this was created, was different than on this day or whatever. And I've got my Bible here, but I ain't got it out. But it's like, and then one of them is got like a theme of, I can't remember how it goes. Like, there's like a theme like between the days that are, like the first and the fourth day, and then it's the first and the first and the fourth day, and then the second and the fifth day, and then third and the sixth day. There's like a parallel between what is created on those days. Like on the story shows the first and the fourth day as like something made that's the same or something. I can't remember how it goes. It's been a long time since I studied it. My dog. What do you want? You want outside? Let her out.
She's all right. I love dogs. Is she how old is she?
She's 4.5. She's
she's just a puppy.
Catahoula leopard dog.
I bet she's cute.
You ever heard of one?
I haven't seen one, but it sounds like a cute dog. I'm sure it is.
My daughter said she's 6, not 4.
Oh, 6. Hey, that's still a puppy to me. To me, dogs are puppies forever, so I call them puppies.
They are puppies forever.
They are. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
And I think that God, if God is just, He brings back the animals as well. So
yeah,
but that's just my opinion. So.
They deserve heaven. Have you ever watched what's that? A Dog's Life? You ever watched that movie?
No.
Where like that dog, he like dies and comes back like, I don't know, a bunch of different times, and he's like different kinds of dogs too. He's like a Chihuahua once and everything. And
a friend told me about that though, so I know what you're talking about because it's like a reincarnation thing with the dog, and eventually it comes back as like its original owner or something.
Yeah, and what's it called? A Dog's Purpose. That's what it's called. You should watch it. It's really good. Actually, it's
I'm
really
gonna have to download it or something.
Yeah,
I'll do that
because it like his owner, and then I mean the owner even figures out who the dog. You know what I mean? Because the dog remembers like every time.
Well, sure, the dog knows its owner for sure.
But I mean, he remembers like every life, and like a few of the lives, it's really sad, because it's like it gets with there's like an abusive person that in one life it's abusive, and then there's another one where they chain it up outside and keep it outside and all the time, but it remembers all its previous lives always.
Hmm.
And so then when he comes back, it don't look anything like that other dog, but he actually gets the owner to figure out who that it's him. It's wild. It's just wild. It's a really good feel
Sure.
good movie. It's a feel good movie.
So they
Makes you feel
still
good.
remembered each other's spirit and stuff. I think that's like what it would be like. I mean, I don't believe in the reincarnation. Maybe come back a bunch of times, but like that's basically the idea in my view of the Bible is that you'll be resurrected, and you'll know each other. I think you'll know each other because like some people teach like in the resurrection, you won't know your own wife. You won't know any of your friends, and it's like, well, if that's how it is, then what the hell's the point? We're all just a bunch of robots. I don't know. But like
Yeah, really. I mean,
steering back to
don't
the Epic of Gilgamesh and shit, and that is like, even if these stories were borrowed from other cultures at the time and they were oral traditions that were adopted, that doesn't mean that the flood didn't happen. And then it's like, well, Mark Seaside, do you believe the Epic of Gilgamesh then? And the stories of Gilgamesh and Enkidu and the things that he slayed and these dragons and monsters that he fought in the land. I was like, I don't know. I mean, we're an animal with completely like amnesia. Like we don't remember our history, which is interesting too, because it's like as humans, this language, like we start writing and stuff. That's a whole nother thing to get into. Is like our language, this written language. It's like, where did this come from? Because written language is really taught. Even language itself is kind of taught. Because if you raise a kid, like if you have a kid that's outside of society and they know this, they don't develop a language on their own.
Yeah.
Starting as a baby. You dig it?
The Epic of Gilgamesh I was looking at right here is like it says 2150 BCE.
Kitty Mama says pets will be in heaven, and that means they will be. So.
Yes, all dogs go to heaven.
Amen.
They definitely should. Anyway.
Yeah.
There should be a lot more dogs than people there.
I hope so. I think like everybody, so like you have all these people fighting over salvation or what it even is, like I asked them the other day, like what are we being saved from? Everyone fighting over salvation, so do you even know what we're being saved from? And it's like these guys, they couldn't answer me, and they're Christians. They didn't know. It's like, are you being saved from the grave? Are you being saved from the judgment of God? From your sin? What are you being saved from? And better yet, and more importantly, the verses that you're quoting about salvation, what salvation are they talking about? Because then they're just applying salvation broadly to their,
I think that's the problem that most believers have in evolution. I believe that the story of it, the narrative of evolution, so makes the belief in original sin hard. You know what I mean? It shakes up that, and so then without original sin, what do we need salvation from? Like
sure.
what? So I think that's a lot of the. I think that makes it difficult for a lot of people.
And I think in that, like, if I was seeing it from that point of view, I guess, salvation would be then from the grave. If you don't see original sin, because even if we're atheist and stuff, it would still be good to be saved from the grave.
Yeah, from death.
Yeah. So for me, salvation, most of the time in the Bible, is talking about the salvation from the grave. So God basically was using Jesus as an example for us all to show his promise, what he promises to do for each and every one of us. which is to bring us back from the grave. He doesn't need our bones or our ashes to do it, because God remembers you. He remembers your soul. Okay? And he knows every hair on your head, it says. You know, and he has the power to complete this task. So, and that to me is really the hope of the Bible, is that we will live again. You know, because like I said, a lot of people, they seek eternal life. I mean, not people, Christians, or claim Christians. It seems to me that they're seeking eternal life in death. So they're seeking eternal death with God in hell or heaven. Like when you die, you go to hell or heaven in their mind. You know, and I don't think that that's biblical at all. I don't think that kind of hell is biblical at all, or that heaven is biblical at all. No, I do know that it says when you die, it's to be with, your spirit is with God. Okay, I know it says that, but I don't think that is the same thing as like the heaven with the pearly gates and the golden streets. I think that that's in a physical place. And I think that in the Bible that it's a physical place, New Jerusalem. So it's like described in Revelations chapter 21, I believe. But it's like this city, but it's in this life. It's not in some afterlife, some other realm. Okay. When God takes us and saves us from the grave, he brings us back to this reality, because this is the reality. Okay. So like in my view of the Bible, and people are like, do you believe in soul sleep? See science? And I'm like, it depends on what you think soul sleep is. I mean, there's a part of the Bible that says there are many that sleep in the dust of the earth. If those are the ones that are sleeping and you consider that soul sleep, then yes, that's what I believe. You know, because that's what the Bible says. But if you want to label me and stuff, you know. But it's like they fight over, you know, salvation. And if salvation is, it can be taken away, or if it's free grace, it's always a battle. And it's like,
I believe
the Bible says it's a gift.
Saved, always saved is what we believed at my church. So there's Mark Stoney.
Oh,
Missing Maud.
Oh, there's Missing Maud. Hey, Missing Maud.
Missing Maud. We've talked about moons. We've talked about stars. We've talked about Epic of Gilgamesh. We've talked about Speak of the Devil.
Robin and I have been all the way around the block on these topics already. It's crazy. I don't know if one of you want to hop in here too, but you can. We're just kicking it and gaming and joking, and I think, right, Robin? So far it's been pretty comfy. I don't know.
Yeah. It's been great. Except for, you know, the people call me ignorant, but I understand.
Yeah, usually when you're being called ignorant, it's the person calling you that. I mean, that's the psychological projection in itself. You know, you got people asking if they're drunk or if they're on drugs or off of drugs. Usually those are the people that are drunk or on drugs or off of drugs, and they're like trying to pin that on to someone else, you know? And it's like, that's why you don't understand, because you're drunk, you know? But that's all gaslighting. If they're saying you're ignorant or you're drunk or you're on or off of drugs, it's like, it's all the same thing. They're just trying to make you question your sanity, you know, or if you're right or not.
I understand it. When I was a believer, when you think, like, when you believe something and you think that somebody else doesn't believe that, you think in your mind they don't understand. You know what I mean? Like it's like, I don't know how to explain that, but you know.
Well, like I said, and I'll say it again. Like, if they're gonna come out at you and say that, then they should really explain to you what you're ignorant about and make it so that you're not. And if they can't do that, then they shouldn't be coming at you and slapping at you. You know, because if you're gonna come out and say someone doesn't understand something and you can't come around and explain it, then you don't understand it either. You know.
When people believe different things, it threatens your core beliefs. Like, you know, it questions people's,
and they become defensive. Sure.
Yes. just because you don't believe what they believe.
And
I
in
mean, I don't care if
becoming
anybody believes
defensive, they
evolution or
lash
not.
out. You know?
I mean, I don't care who believes, what anybody believes in evolution or not. I just don't want people fighting to, to keep kids like future generations need the truth. They need they need to know as much of the truth as we have because they got a lot to face. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that the world is going to become even more scary of a place than it is now. We have a lot. I don't know, Mark, but we need to provide them with as much truth as we can give them and let them try to work with everything they got. Because they're going to face uphill
Oh, I
battles
didn't
that we.
realize Stoney was a philosopher. I'm glad we finally have a professional philosopher in the
What is
chat.
truth? That which comports with reality. That's what it is. And Gangster Ghost is here. Hey, GG.
Gangster Ghost.
You're up awful late, baby.
Hey, come on up to Ireland with me and Robin, guys, if you guys want to hop up here. I'm just saying.
Yes.
But I would like to reinstate
why do you not
about the
believe our
Epic of Gilgamesh.
Oh, I'm sorry. See,
You're all right.
Mark
I just
said
wanted
he
to
didn't believe the
reinstate
world was
about the
gonna be
Epic of
scary.
Gilgamesh that even if the Bible story was borrowed from oral traditions of other cultures around the planet, that doesn't mean that the story isn't true.
That's
You
true.
dig what I mean?
That's exactly. It does mean that.
But,
And I mean,
but
I
there's
believe there
definitely
were
a point to
floods.
be made. Like, you definitely have a good point. So
I believe there were floods. I believe there were floods. There was floods, like much of that area right there flooded a lot back then. Actually, that it was a really flood ridden plain, so there was a lot of flooding going on in that area.
oh yeah. Have you ever heard of David Montgomery? He's a geologist.
David Montgomery. No.
If he doesn't pop in your head, then probably not.
No.
Because he's very memorable. So he believes in the flood. And I mean, like on a global scale, like one that covered the highest hills.
See, but that's not the consensus among geologists, right?
At least that's what we're told. It's not,
I think that
when you talk to professional geologists, in my experience, they'll admit to you that there's things that they just cannot explain in geology. And there's formations around the planet.
My mom wants to know why there are shales at the top of mountains.
Sure.
That's her argument. And I said the mountains weren't the mountains were not mountains. When those shales were. That's
deposited.
That was before the mountains were formed. Is that
Because and you have that from the creationist side too, even the young Earth creationists, because that's in their flood story, you have the mountains and the hills being brought up during the flood. You know what I mean? So even in their narrative, you have the oysters being fossilized at the bottom of the ocean, and then brought up out of the water. But the question is why? What is it?
My mom's a young Earth creationist, and she believes the mountains were already there. That the water rose up to the top of the mountains and deposited the shells and stuff.
Well, if she's a young Earth creationist, then remind her that the Bible talks about how the valleys were made low and the mountains were made high during the in the Noah chapter of the Bible. So it's like some young Earth creationists take that verse and interpret it that's when the mountains were formed. And before that, like, there was probably mountainous places, or at least high hills, because like God made a planet to be inhabited, and it wasn't like featureless. Like, there might have been things that just aren't even here now from the original creation. You dig it? If in that story, in that narrative. But it's interesting to think about.
I believe that the landscape of the planet has changed, you know,
Sure.
many times, you know. I mean, we see it now. We see formations of like right now, you know, the Hawaiian Islands, one of them, you know, the volcanoes, and Iceland, the volcanoes are going off, and you know that that's just making more island. You know, I mean, when it cools off, it'll just grow bigger and bigger. You know, that's how the other
Sure.
Hawaiian Islands came about. So,
Oh yeah.
you know, that right there is like one of the that right there is like one of the biggest. When I learned evolution, I read Jerry A. Coyne, Why Evolution is True. Okay, I didn't read Origin of Species. I read Jerry's book, and that was one of the main. That was really one of the pieces of evidence that I thought was really like major towards evolution was the fact that we find different animals on islands that are you know, continental islands that were like used to be attached to another piece of land.
Mhm.
Then we find different animals on the volcanic islands. Do you understand what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Sure.
The ones that were attached to previously attached to other pieces of land will have animals, the same animals on them that the land masses had on. There will be reptiles, there will be birds, there will be mammals or something like that. You know, whatever kind of animal was indigenous to that land, there will be the same kind on the pieces that broke off.
Right.
That
And like in
the
that
volcanic,
concept, like I see that, but like I also see like the bats being in South America and in
yeah,
Africa and Europe. You know, and I see the monkeys in Africa and I see the monkeys in South America. And you know, it's
hmm
been quite a while since these land masses were supposedly together, you know.
well, I don't know how long. I don't know how long it's been since the primates was, but then we have convergent evolution, where a lot of times the animals will evolve sort of similar. But I don't that. You know, I mean,
Sure, sure.
you'll see similar
Yeah,
ones.
but that would be a leap there with the monkeys, you know.
But now, when
It's
you go to the
convergent.
volcanic islands, though, you won't see those kind. You won't see like mammals.
Sure.
You know, I mean, these have never been. You won't see. You know that was one of the reasons why Darwin even came up with the idea of evolution, was because of the uh, the
The
wildlife
isolated
that he saw on
ecosystem.
the Galapagos Islands. You know that
Sure.
he noticed that there was not any. You know, there was no mammals, and there was no. You know, there was like just like birds. There would be like many species. One bird. You know, one kind of bird, but it would be
Yeah.
like a whole bunch of different species. How did water evolve? What does that mean? How did water evolve?
How did water evolve? I gotta put that up there. That's good.
Good question, Mark. You should go look that up. How did water evolve? But water
Magic.
did not evolve. Actually, actually, I think that the consensus is that water came to us. Well, we actually don't know. I don't think, but I think that the main
Well, then that's
consensus,
a good question.
the theory of it, is that it arrived here on um, like not comets, but
Yeah, comets. Yeah,
yeah,
you're
okay,
right.
comets, yeah, because we find the
Because there
same.
some comets are made of water, right? So they believe that
Yes,
the Earth was bombarded during
and
this
there's more than
comet.
one hydrogen. There's more than one hydrogen. Like
Sure.
there's two different kinds of hydrogen, and we have a certain type of hydrogen in our water that is not the same. You know, I mean that's and so when we got to some of these, we find the um, same water, you know, hydrogen molecule that we find in ours. Water is flat, Missy Maud said. You've never been to the beach. It's all flat.
Ah, there you go. Waves.
Yeah.
Hey. All right. So as far as the oysters, I think that we both agree that the oysters were fossilized at the bottom of the seabed and then pushed up on top.
Yes.
pushed up through whatever process, whether it was the Great Flood pushing pressure on the Earth caused it to happen, or if it was just regular uplift from tectonic plate movement, as I'm sure you believe.
Yeah.
That leads us to the next question. So since we both agree on that, is why are the oysters still there?
Still at the top?
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't they be?
Well, because there's erosion.
That's true. But I mean, there may be a whole bunch more. They may be eroded.
Right.
I mean,
here's what you have a situation where like maybe like layers of sediment were removed, because obviously for the oysters to be there, they'd have to been buried in sediment.
Yes.
And this would have happened at the bottom of the sea at some point in the distant past. Now, so the concept is basically all the erosion that's happened since that mountain's been pushed up has only uncovered these these fossils at the bottom of the seabed, these oysters, and that they still exist
a lot
at the top of this
but
mountain.
how much erosion happens? Like a mountain is a lot of it from of course is rocky.
Sure.
A rocky. There's not a lot of soil. Sometimes at the top, you go to the bottom, like down towards the middle or something, you'll have some soil or stuff like that. But the top, so
and I guess these oysters are huge, right?
Yeah, but when they're big, they're giant ones. Like everything was big then. It was like the whole planet was nothing but giant this and giant that. Yeah, they those. First of all, like when the uplift is happening and everything, the rock, I figure it has to have been, it has to bend. It has to have give to it some, because it would just bust up. I mean, we don't think about rock having give, but it does have give somewhat. But
well, to me, as a young earther that believes the flood pushed the mountain up, you got to know why that's so interesting. Because to have these, what would be super ancient oysters because of their size, at the top of Mount Everest, even with constant erosion,
So
the fact that they're there is kind of interesting to us because, like, if that just happened, 6 or 4,000, 5,000 years ago, whatever, then it makes sense that those oysters would still be there from the bottom of the seabed.
So you think water pushed the mountains up?
Well, I don't know exactly what happened. I just know that it says that the mountains were pushed up and were formed during that time in the Bible. Or like what we know as mountains,
Yeah.
So like it's interesting that the oysters are there to us because like these, obviously they were pushed up from the seabed because they're oysters that are so big that they would be pre-flood anyway.
Yeah.
In our model, I mean, not scientifically, but like in our model,
I know what you're saying. They would be pre-flood.
Yeah. So that's why we find them interesting. You dig it?
Yeah.
It's that they're there still. Yeah.
I just don't. I have trouble with the water having enough, being able to push the.
Right. Oh yeah. I mean, and like how much water was there? Because like it would take so much water to cover the entire planet.
I know. And where did it come from, and where did it go? Because we have a water table. We have a water table. There's a water table that has like a certain. We can measure how much water is in our water table. Like you count what's in the atmosphere. We know how much is trapped in the atmosphere. And then we know kind of what there's a certain water table for the planet that is relative. Stays relatively the same because it doesn't leave it just changes form all the time. It goes from liquid to gas to, to solid or something like that. But it kind of stays between our atmosphere and our planet, kind of rotating. And I mean, there's water under the crust, but like the whole crust is not on top of water. I mean, there's like trapped places. Well, I know I was reading Mark's comment. There's trapped places of water. There's lakes and reservoirs and stuff like that are trapped inside the crust, because of the way the landscape has changed. But there's not like this huge amount of like enough water. There's not enough water. Like the math, when they do the math, there's not enough water.
And I tend to agree with you there. And for me, like, I've heard a lot of other young Earth creationists try to rationalize it by saying that the water kind of receded into the Earth. The Earth's porous. There's a lot of room for water down there.
Mark,
but I mean, to me, it's like we're talking about a miracle of the Bible, for one thing. Okay, so that means God was in control. And this is the same God that manifested the entire universe from nothing, except for what would be himself, I imagine. So you have a God that can multiply things. So why even assume that the water, these young Earth creationists, not you, Robin, because you look logically.
I agree.
But why would these young Earth creationists be trying to rationalize where the water came from and went when it's already said it's a miracle? God could have just manifested that water up out of nowhere and then put it out of nowhere. And that would have been that. And there'd been no explanation. The only thing that you would know is the evidence of that water being up on the highest hills.
I agree.
As young Earth creationists, I don't think we should even try to rationalize those miracles or work them out like that, but rather look for the evidence of them having occurred. And it seems like it always becomes the debate of where the water went and how can we work out this miracle of God rationally, when a miracle of God can't be rationalized by definition, or they don't really understand what a miracle is. You know what I mean? But
you cannot drill a well anywhere.
So I agree with you. I don't think there's enough water. So I think we see eye to eye on that too, is that there's purely not enough water on this planet to accomplish the goal of the flood. So it would have had to have been a miracle of God.
Mission Mod said that there's water everywhere. That's why you can drill a well anywhere, but you can't. You can go drill. No, you can't. You can go drill a lot of places and you'll not ever hit water. I mean, you have to drill where water is to hit water.
Sure.
I mean, I guarantee you, especially here in Kentucky, there's a lot of places you can go drill where there's no water. I promise you, because there's caves under a whole bunch of our.
But that leads us back to the question of these mountains being formed and how much water would that have taken? To create those kinds of pressures on the crust. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what if
where science says that, according to a lot of geologists and try to claim that they did math and there's not enough water in the water table to cover the earth. Mission Mars,
which I have no doubt of, so I mean, I just want you to see my position. I'm pretty sure you do. So
I agree with you. If I was, I don't understand the, like when Ken Hovind tries to prove all the biblical stuff, the flood stuff. I mean, if I had a God that I was using in my model, I would use God as my explanation.
Yeah. Well, eventually that's what reason would lead you to if God is the answer, I
mean, what's the use of having a God in your explanation if you don't use a God to explain it?
Sure.
Right.
No, and I see from the atheist side that they'll usually leave at the edge of understanding, so to speak, where the creationists will hail God and invoke God or God did it, basically. I see the atheist, on the other hand, invoking the Big Bang did it.
Well,
You know, and it's
I
still
don't
kind
know.
of the same.
Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, I don't know much about the Big Bang. I've kind of listened to some of Sean Carroll's
Sure.
explanation on it. It's way over my head. It's way, I mean, it's beyond my pay grade. And but I
There you go.
do have one of his books. It's kind of hard to get through sometimes, but um, I mean,
Well, yeah, I mean, they make it hard to understand, I think. Like, I mean, you got Krauss saying that there's 3 different kinds of nothing, you know?
but I don't Krauss. I don't really like Krauss much. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, I don't
I
either.
think he. No, I don't care much for him. Actually, Sean Carroll is a lot. You know, Sean Carroll's a lot better, but the subject is so complex that
Yeah, I mean, anything can
it's
happen, you know?
it's complex to understand. So it's complex to talk about. I mean, there's only
It's
so you
true.
can only simplify something that's complex so much. You know what I mean? Before you can, you can't make it any simpler. And
I'd
the
agree with
more
that.
we learn about like quantum fields and stuff like that, the less we understand it anyway. So, and then to me, that stuff right there, I got lost in algebra, so I'm kind of done when it gets to that right there because.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not with the other young Earth creationists in saying that there's enough water on this planet to cover the entire Earth. But I do believe in the global flood. And I believe that extra water was probably manifested by God, and it was probably receded by God and went into, recession. So
In Florida.
I don't think it had to go anywhere.
Okay, Miss Motto, in
I
Florida.
think that they should
That's not
stop trying to
everywhere.
rationalize things that are supernatural in a natural world with reason. So
I think y'all are just asserting stuff, and there's not evidence to support that. What you're saying there, Mark, or Miss Mike. That's not what
let's
geology
see.
says.
If that is that in a flat Earth view, or
Mark's not flat
he's a global.
Yeah, he's not flat earther.
Well, I mean, if it's all in a big bathtub, then maybe I don't know. Here we go. If all the seabeds,
if everything was flat like that, wouldn't the Earth be a lot bigger than it is?
Inundated with water. That's sultry. So
water wouldn't stay on a ball.
I don't think that's true. Doesn't matter.
I understand that, Mr. Ball. I do. I understand how huge our Earth is. And round, yes.
Good and round. God likes making round stuff, and I thank him for it. So go on, go God, go. And I think that you made some good points tonight. And I think I've probably made some points too, and I think that we've agreed and we've disagreed, and we didn't fight about it. It's good.
No. Mr. Mod thinks that everybody on Earth can fit in Texas. 8 billion people can fit in Texas.
Texas is freaking huge.
I've been there. I've been across it more than once. I mean,
I don't know. Well, now, are we doing piggybacks and stuff? Like, are we piggybacking or what? Because if people aren't piggyback, that makes it even.
You can start driving.
Cram more people into Texas.
And 24 hours later, and the next morning, you'll still be driving in Texas. You know what I mean? It's like you can start. I can start at 7 a.m. in the morning and driving in Texas, and at 7 a.m. the next morning, I will still be driving in Texas. Yeah. If you like,
Yeah, that's a
if
big state.
yeah, if you go in like at the right over there, like San Antonio or whatever, and drive all the way across there, it's that way right there, like on I-10. I mean, it's a long way. It's a long, long way.
So we got plenty of
Very
room for people. I mean, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I don't know
But
that
I still think it's important. I mean, there's also plenty of garbage, like we're also polluting the crap out of this planet. So we need to figure out something to do about that, or we're going to have to move. I mean, we're going to have to expand at some point anyway, but interstellar travel and then galactic travel, obviously. Galactic's needed because of the super powerful black hole at the center of our at the center of our galaxy. It's going to suck us all through to the other side, right? No, that's not what happens when you hit a black hole.
But they found a new one. See, I like Ember. You know who Ember is?
Who is
Ember,
it?
I watch her. Ember.
Oh, I haven't heard of her, no.
But anyway, I watch her, and she's a science. She's a space person. She loves space, and so it's like really cool. All the like the new she puts out. She'll have all the new stuff, the new finds and the new science news, like on space, and because like is it a quasar? A quasar is a black hole.
I guess so.
That's what a quasar is, a black hole, and they like they're light though, they're kind of like a star because they eat matter. They like
they say that they're a gravitational singularity is what they say.
Yeah, we have like a huge one in the middle of our galaxy, but then they found another one just recently that was in our galaxy that they don't know how they missed.
This was actually two.
But we have a huge one right in the middle of our galaxy.
Well, did you know that there's actually solid state galaxies? They're not all pinwheel. There's actually ones that don't have that supermassive black hole in the center.
Yeah,
I thought that was interesting.
And we were like already, like Andromeda. We're already actually transferring stars, trading stars with Andromeda. They say Andromeda and us are going to
supposed to combine.
Yeah.
They're supposed to combine into each other, kind of run into each other,
Yeah,
but it's weird because like there's so much space between the stars, even though there's so many of them that they're saying that most of them won't even collide because there's so much space, and it'll just pass right through or become one. Like there's two different ideas, but like this hypothetical occurrence, this is something that's so far in the future we can't really say other than suspect it. But it's interesting to think about, and just the workings of space. Like we were talking about the workings of the solar system and the way the moon goes around the earth and the way the earth goes around the sun, and all just kind of holds together, and the size of things, it's just like it's really impressive. It's not unimpressive. So
Missy Mom said flat chest or no fun. Flat chest or no fun. Missy Mom
wants the world flat chest or no fun. I am missing the chat here. Dude, yeah.
Yep.
Oh
yeah,
my word.
But according to Ember and NASA and stuff, we're already swapping stars like with Andromeda. They're already stars. They're already stars like from Milky Way that are going. We're already stopping. So even though it's supposed to be a long time, we're that close enough that we're already doing that.
Yeah. And I mean, that's something, I guess, not to worry about for us, but for like our future generations, we're still around. Like, we make it through this war or whatever. And like, we don't destroy ourselves in the future. Because, like you said, there's all these, there's always a chance we'll make that machine that you hit the button, it just all disappears. We have to start over again. I don't know.
Or a big asteroid or comet, big asteroid coming.
Sure.
And hit the planet like it did.
There's a lot of things. Nothing's guaranteed, that's for sure. But I mean, I guess it's guaranteed that we'll pretty much Nah, never mind. We won't talk about that. But I just. So I guess as a whole, I just want to say like the solar system really impressed Isaac Newton. You know, like he developed basically a model of the solar system, and he understood the workings of moon, and he was really impressed because he said, you know, it's like clockwork. And people have tried to argue his statement since then, say it's not. He just didn't understand how things work. You know, asteroids are running into each other. It's really chaotic up there. But it's like they're really ignoring his point because what he was talking about was like just the workings of the moon and its relationship to the Earth and the size of things and how they worked with each other. And then the relationship to the sun and how that was like clockwork. And while he knew that there was like chaos up there, he also saw some fantastic order, you know. And so like when you observe this order in the universe, like the creationists, they try to explain it and say, you know, God ordered that stuff. And that's why we see orders, because it was put by an intelligent mind. On the other hand, atheists, you know, they say gravity did it and the Big Bang, you know, accomplished it. So it's like I see both sides reaching, you know, at the edge of understanding. They reach for something they don't completely understand anyway, you know, and try to rationalize it with that unknown. I see. So, but in my opinion, like, there's a lot of atheists that come at creationists, like, you know, you just say God did it for everything. And it seems to me like atheists pretty much say the Big Bang did it or gravity did it. And it's like, well, yeah, but how did it accomplish that? We still don't know how it did it. But so we're both leaning
Well,
on our
I think
own.
that some of people, I think some of the ones that study that do that for a living understand more about how it happened than I do. You know, like I mean, whoever I think that people who do quantum physics and stuff
Mhm.
understand way more about this than I do. You know, I mean, I can't even understand what they. Statistically speaking, we shouldn't exist. We don't know that. Why do you? Okay, how? Here's Mark. Here's the thing with that.
I'll put it up.
How do you figure the statistics on that? Because we have no idea how many possibilities there are. We have no idea how many times that I mean we you cannot figure statistics on something unless you can know how many possibilities there is for what you're trying to figure out. Does that make sense? I don't know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying, but I don't know how to say it. You know, we don't have a number of possibles. You know, we don't have like we don't know how many times life could have how many possible times life could have arose anywhere, you know, in the universe. We don't even know how big the universe is completely, like, or how many galaxies or planets or whatever there are that would allow life to live. So we can't figure the statistics on it. Actually, there's just, I mean, it seems improbable, but the statistics would actually take the actual, you know, possibility times and possibilities.
Yeah, I'd say it's hard to conceptualize or give number to the chances, you know, because we don't really know how old the universe is. That was proven when they changed the age of the universe. And, I mean, when you add or double the age of the supposed universe, you double the chances of everything that could happen right there, you know, because you give more time to it. And, you know, I
We,
mean, like,
we
there's some people that are starting to say the universe is eternal, like a lot of atheists that are even starting to believe in eternity, which is interesting.
okay. Let me address him from a philosophical perspective. Okay, but philosophical. Okay, life is rare. We don't know that either, really. There might be billions of planets with life on 'em that
That's
we
true.
just don't know of. Oh, so we don't know that life is rare.
Yeah, so
I
he's
mean,
working from the premise that there is no extraterrestrial life or even life on other planets. And like he knows the whole universe. So that's working from the assumption that you already know everything.
yeah. I mean, well, I mean, it's just like once we
It's
understand
some
how
sort of
big the
fallacy.
universe is, and the fact that we have looked at, okay, that is like saying that is like going to the ocean and taking a cup and getting a cup of water out of the ocean and saying there are no whales in the ocean because there's no whales in my cup. I mean,
Great analogy. That
that's
was a
exactly
great comparative analogy.
that wasn't mine. I've heard that before, but I mean that's what it is. I mean because that's about how much of if you take the whole entire ocean, what we've seen of the universe is about the size of a cup. So I mean that's like assuming that there are no whales in the ocean because if there wasn't one in your cup.
Mm-hmm.
I'm presupposing that the
Yeah,
only life that
his
exists is the
test
life
field is
we
too
know of.
small.
Well, yeah, I guess it is rare if it's the only life there is, but I don't know how we can presuppose that.
Fallacy, man. You're supposing. You know what they talk about assuming stuff.
And I'm going to say that I think life is
We
probably
lose
rare
our
too. Even though I believe that it's possible on other planets, I still say it's probably rare because, first of all, you have to have all the right, we haven't seen anything else. I know we haven't looked at nothing but a cup of water, though, out of the ocean, though. We haven't seen anything else. That's that's what I meant, Miss Ma. That was why my story about the cup.
I like your analogy personally. That's a good one.
I mean,
And I, for
that's right.
one, like I believe that the Bible talks about the host of heaven and infers that there is life in heaven and on other planets. So, like, if you're a biblical creationist, I don't know why you would assume there is no life in the universe other than the life on this planet.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that there's not no life anywhere else. And the
Yeah.
creation story that's in there is for Earth, right? No, pretty
Mm-hmm.
much. I mean,
Yeah, it's for man. That story's for mankind only. And if you wanted to, like, summarize the Bible in a quick summarize, you
Mark
could
did not
say
get my
that the
analogy.
Bible is an explanation of every time that the heavenly beings interacted with mankind. So,
Mark did
if you
not
want
get
to
my
talk about
analogy.
it, the Bible's completely about every like interaction between mankind and these heavenly beings.
Look at Mark. Mark did not get my analogy at all. He said, we can observe whales in the ocean. We do not observe life outside our planet.
Oh yeah, mankind, because man is a kind. That's exactly right. In fact, man is one kind. There's the race of man, and there's other kinds. Probably
You're
of
not
like
dumb.
things like us out there. I mean, the Bible has pretty much revealed that if you want to read the thing. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't know if anyone wants to argue angels being in the Bible or not. Kind of seems silly to argue.
My mom
But I
would
would,
say that angels were in heaven and tried to overthrow God and were cast out, some of them, and I don't know.
yeah, and that's. I mean, that's just one of the doctrines that was handed down to the Baptist Church from the Roman Catholic Church. And I mean, while many of them believe it in that story, I personally don't think it's a biblical one. And I think that the verses that they use to kind of try and prove that story um, they don't tell that story. Yeah. So I'd say that
Is it
that
in the
is
Bible?
extra
Is,
biblical, but
is it in the Bible? I mean,
it isn't. And that's what I've found is it's not. And that usually they'll use verses about the angels in Genesis chapter 6. and they'll use those verses to claim that it's about that occurrence. You know, when these angels went up against God and were cast out. You know,
And see,
that whole
Mr.
narrative, like, you won't find it in the Bible, but if you ever do, you come and show me right away.
Because Satan if you go back to like the Hebrew, the Old Testament, the people who wrote the Old Testament, who are actually, that was their stories. They don't believe that Satan was an angel that fell from heaven and stuff. They believe that Satan is the accuser, or I mean, like he's like a like him and God.
Oh yeah, that's what you mean in the Jewish church, you mean?
Yeah, and I mean,
sure.
And I mean, this is what gets me is this is their religion. They were the first ones, that knew this.
Oh yeah, it is their book. Yeah.
And so, but we go along and changing what they, to them, Satan was was the accuser or whatever. He sort of worked with God. Like they weren't. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? I can't even think of it. There was another word for him too, besides the accuser. But
there's accuser, and I mean that's what they use in Job, even like in their Jewish study Bible. They actually don't use the word Satan there anymore. They use the word accuser. I mean, Satan is in the Old Testament in their Jewish study Bible, but not in Job. And what's interesting is that if Satan, but in all the King James and everything, like all the other Bibles, you have it saying Satan, right? But that just shows that Satan's not cast out yet, because he says he's going between heaven and earth in Job. And that's, Mark mentioned that. And so that means that, this whole rebellion against God at least hadn't happened by the time of Job, because Satan's not locked up yet. Now, they use verses from Revelations chapter 13 about the war in heaven, where they say that Michael and his angels will fight. I'm sure you're aware of that, right, Robin?
Is that in the last book? What is it called? Revelation?
Yep, Revelations, yeah. It's the war. It's the war between Satan and Michael and their angels.
And
they're fighting in heaven.
I've read books on the Bible. A lot of biblical scholars don't even think that Revelation, it was a book that was written that has nothing to do with the future.
Sure. And that might be a thing too. But what I'm saying is, like, the only thing that they're going on is something in Revelation, and that's supposed to be a prophetic book. So this war in heaven between Michael and Satan and their angels is something that's supposed to happen in the future, not something that's already happened, like pre-creation. Because it's almost like this story setting, this doctrine of where Satan is cast out and put in hell, and he's basically like the king of hell, or basically in the Catholic religion. He's down in hell with the demons, and he's the king of hell. It's like, he's not the king of hell. God is God everywhere.
Okay, so like Mark says that Satan is in a lake of fire. I thought Satan was on earth doing stuff. Like, I see Satan get accused of all kinds of things all the time.
Sure. So you have Satan here on earth talking to Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago.
I mean, now people will say, "Oh, Satan, this, they've got Satan."
Satan.
Yeah. Okay.
But you have really like Satan recorded in the Bible 2,000 years ago talking to Jesus Christ, way after Job. He is still here. He's not trapped in anywhere. He's not in chains. He's there when Jesus was killed on the cross. You dig what I mean? So, like, the story that you're getting, not that you're getting personally, but the story that we're getting given together by the church, the story about Satan doesn't fit the Bible. And they're using verses that are talking about other events and trying to use those to prove that doctrine. And that's what I see. What does this mean? Were they trying to hide the fact that the war is a future event? Because that's what I think. Because it's not nice to think that Satan is ruling and even has any power still. But I tell you that if the story's true, Michael breaks Satan and he casts him down to the earth. Okay? And this is like a future thing because this is something that happens with the Whore of Babylon. And there's like a woman that gives birth. And then Satan's trying, like the dragon is down here and broken. But he's like trying to find the baby. And then another strong angel comes along and grabs him up and puts him in chains and basically takes him away from the earth and throws him into the fiery pit where he's trapped for like a while, and then he gets back out or something, and then they lock him up again, you know.
See, I just think
And
that's
that's
just all sounds crazy. And
it
the
is.
Whore of
It's
Babylon,
very
Jerusalem,
complicated, and it's
that
like
just
it's
that's
just
just
so beyond.
and that's just
It's
a
so
source of
beyond the scope of the
anti-Semitism.
Old Testament, you know.
Stuff like that right there. The Whore of Babylon is Jerusalem. That's just a source of anti-Semitism. Just gives people.
Oh yeah, I
a
mean,
reason
when
to
I
hate
read it, I thought it was the United States. You know, I mean, it's like it's up to interpretation, and it's so vague, and it's so cryptic.
I don't believe in UFO and alien abductions either, Miss Ahmad.
Hey, I mean, for me, I don't know. I've never been abducted by an alien. You know.
You notice it's always crazy people most of the time that get abducted by the aliens. Just like
Yeah.
only the believers get occupied by demons, not atheists. So.
There you go. To me, it's like, I mean, I've seen things because I watch the sky a lot. Like I watch the stars and stuff. I'm not like an amateur astronomer or backyard astronomer or anything, but like I do watch the stars. I
You have
try
a
to
telescope?
figure out which ones are the planets and stuff, you know, like that. I know what satellites look like and everything, and planes and helicopters, and you know. And I've seen some really weird stuff. So
It's not open to interpretation. The whole book is open to
I don't know if you
interpretation.
guys have seen anything like that, but
Do you have a telescope?
what is it?
See science. Do you have a telescope? Do you have a telescope?
I do not, but I have access to a pretty good sized one.
An atheist have no explanation. We don't get demons. We do not become demon possessed. See, y'all don't even agree. Both of y'all believe the same thing, and y'all don't even agree on it. He's got demons, no demons. You got demons. Mark's, Miss Maud,
No.
she has a demon. Just making it bad.
Well, you know, a
making
demon,
it
you
bad behavior.
know, when you say demon, it means different things too to different people, you know. Like maybe
I know.
Maud's demons are just some kind of like obstacle
Yeah.
in her life, you know. Like sometimes demons are used.
Yes,
Yeah,
and I
kind of
have
like
demons like that.
symbolically or something.
But I mean, I do not believe that. I do not believe in any kind of like devil-like beings that came up out. I don't believe in that. I mean, I don't see any evidence for it at all.
You don't believe in ghosts or anything either, right?
No, I don't believe in ghosts. I mean,
Okay,
okay,
I only believe in the Holy Ghost, you know.
if God, yeah, because if God was real and we go to heaven or whatever, why would there be ghosts around? Why would
Right.
I mean? Why would they be left here roaming?
Ghosts don't
the
make
earth?
sense to true atheism or true theism, in my opinion. Other than the
No.
Holy Ghost, like I said.
I mean, you know, if you believe in God, why would you think that He would leave somebody's spirit here wandering around?
Stranded. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe in that. No.
Yeah, it sounds more like something from a different religion where like there's spirit walkers and, you know, just weird
Yeah.
concepts that, you know, and that's the other thing with theism, like the Jewish Bible is logical a lot of time. While it does have fantastic events, like the concept of getting out from under slavery and God removing these people from slavery and stuff. Like, there's some logical stuff to it. Where, like, some religions, it's like you got to find your inner light, and it all means different things to different people. And it's also cryptic that it's worse than Revelation. And it's like they're trying to find themselves and they can't find themselves. And it's like, you're right there in the room, man. Like, I just like, I don't know.
I got
to like,
Miss Molly.
Do you think what I mean, though? Like, it's like more, for me, it's like, if I was not being an atheist, I'm going to choose this theism, you know, over a lot of world religions.
I got to address Miss Maud again. Miss Maud, suicidal is not demonic. It's not. You said it's not inside you. Yeah, it's mental illness that can be addressed. It is not. You know, that is such a horrible.
Well, some people do hear voices and stuff, you know, like that's real.
And it is, but it's inside them. It's a mental illness or something, and it's something that can be addressed, and it's not got nothing to do with a demon.
And again, those would be inner demons if it's their psyche.
I know, but it's not actually a being.
Right, exactly. Which is exactly what I'm saying. Like, it would be like an obstacle in their life. Like,
that is not. That is so wrong, Miss Maud. That is so wrong. I mean, that is dangerous. That is the kind of things that gets people that don't go get their mental health addressed, and they try to have an exorcism to treat them. I mean, yes, Mark is exactly right. I mean, no, it's not. It's not evil spirits. It's mental illness. We know that. We've solved that problem years ago.
Well, that's what they used to describe it. At least. I mean, it could be both. You know, it could be both.
Well, I mean, we can't cure mental illness with a demon exorcism. You know what I mean? And the fact people that have tried to do that over the years have done nothing but torture people, and it didn't help them any. And
like Catholics.
And we know better now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exorcisms that the Catholics carried out, and it got nasty. That's what Emily Rose, and like that was like based on true stuff. You know, it's like
I mean, there's a little girl in California like 3 years ago that her mom and her uncle ended up killing her. Okay, because she would cry like and stuff, and so they said that she was possessed by demons, and so
did they get away with that?
Oh well, they went to jail.
Good.
But the thing about it is can you imagine that little 3-year-old going through all that stuff? That's
crazy.
The only people get are you Miss Maud? How is that dangerous? People die from it. There's probably 5 children at least in the United States a year that die from demon exorcisms, and more than that all across the planet.
That's crazy. I mean, I believe you, but that's just like the numbers surprise me.
Well, I mean, yes, look it up.
Well, I'll tell you that it always has appeared to me like the man that Jesus heals, that they lower down from the roof. You know, they take the roof apart and they lower him down with the ropes so that Jesus can heal him. And like, it seemed to me like, or leave other characters that were just shaking and frothing at the mouth and stuff, where they were saying it's demons, but now we know that it was seizures. You know, it would be an obvious description of what would be seizures or seizure activity. Grandma's seizure where they're foaming at the mouth even. You know, there's a certain smell. It's like, but it's being described in the Bible. But regardless of demons or not, here you have Jesus Christ healing these people with the shakes. You know, so if they didn't, and like, you know, the Gospels, like you said, were all written by people that supposedly interpreted what he said, basically, and what the situations. So like, maybe the people writing about it were calling them demons because they thought that illness was caused by demons back in the day. But here you still have the fact of Jesus Christ healing them. You know, isn't that like, so there's something to be said about that, I think. You know, so whether it's demons or not, you still have the story of Jesus Christ healing these seizure problems.
I
Or these
know,
people,
but like, why didn't I mean, we didn't. I don't know that he healed. I don't know that he healed. That's the stories of it, but I mean, we didn't know about germs. That would have been something that would have been awesome for God to have shared with us. I think is as
sure.
Miss Maud said, "You are insane."
Yeah, she's probably right. But we're not here to talk about my sanity. So,
No, you're just demon possessed. Whatever. Lord mercy.
well, either way, I mean, it's amazing. Like, the things that Jesus said, like if you actually read the Gospels, I mean, start in Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Actually, like Mark, like that's probably my favorite book. I know my name's Mark and everything, but like that's probably why. So I'm like, but like the Gospel of Mark is just so straightforward, and like the author, the way he writes, is definitely my favorite account of Jesus Christ. And it's like, you know, he used his words, and some of the stuff he actually uses like the phrases in the original language, and they're still written into the King James. It's really cool. So, but he flat out says, you know, like at the end, or not the end, but like when these things start to come to pass, when there's going to be massive earthquakes, these wars like that have never been seen before, or casualties like never been seen before, pestilence that has never been seen before. When all this stuff is near, you know, you'll know. And it's like, I mean, there's a lot more earthquakes now, but then like some people argue that we just have better sensory equipment. You know, I don't know if you've heard that whole thing, but like, it seems to me like there is more earthquakes, and whatever that time is. I don't think it's like the end of the earth, though. You know, you have a lot of people teaching that it's the end of the earth, and I don't think Jesus actually said that. He was talking about the temple, you know, and when the stones would be knocked over. Because, I mean, I'm sure you've seen pictures of the Temple Mount and stuff, and there's like these colossal stones at this temple site, okay? And like some of these disciples never been to Jerusalem to see the temple for themselves when Jesus brought them there. And they're like looking at this mound, and they're like, Jesus, these rocks are huge. Like, how did these get here? Because these rocks are like hundreds of tons. Okay? And then Jesus says, you know, these rocks will be toppled down. They'll be thrown down. And they're like, what do you mean these rocks will be thrown down? He's like, one day they'll be thrown down, and this is what will be happening in those days. And he basically explains that a big earthquake is probably what's going to shake them out of place, or something like that. You know, but he really said that those rocks, those 100-ton rocks that are piled on top of smaller rocks, by the way, they're like the size, they're bigger than tractor trailers, Robin. Okay? And they're granite.
Mm-hmm.
Big rocks. And he's like, these things will be thrown down. So he's not saying it's the end of the world. You know, he's saying that there's going to be this huge earthquake, and that's when these rocks will be thrown down. But then he talks about later on that the sky will go dark, and like the sun and moon will be made dark. But it's long after the rocks are thrown down, I think. So like, and I guess that'd be like the beginning of the tribulation, ideally. But here you have like the world doesn't really end even then, because Jesus comes in the clouds of heaven, and then you have 1,000 years of peace or something, where God lives on the planet. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I guess we need a professional in here, but it just seems like the earth keeps going. I mean, it says eventually that they'll be removed, and a new heaven and new earth will be there, you know. But like, if there's 1,000 years of peace on the planet after the rocks are thrown down at the temple, then like that's not really an end of the world prophecy, is my point. I know you're probably reading the chat or whatever, but to me that's like not
No,
an
I'm
end of the
saying
world prophecy, you know. So
I'm listening. But I was looking through this for that because that's like one thing that really upsets me about that people saying that mental illness is like demon possession stuff, because that shames people to where they won't go get help.
that's true.
And they can go get as many demon exorcisms as they want, and it's not going to help their mental health.
No.
And they should never be made to feel that they're evil or that they have something evil living inside of them because they have mental illness. I mean, that's just such a scary teaching.
And this being said, I also want to add to mental illness is that even the help that they have for it, like our healthcare system is garbage as far as the mental health care system. It's basically like lock them away and give them drugs until they, go upstate. So, like, there really isn't help for people like that, is what I'm saying. And the help that there isn't cutting it.
We have like at Recovering from Religion, we have secular therapy. Like if you're a therapist and you want to be included on our list, you have to you have to show that you use science-based therapy techniques. And so we have a whole big bunch of national register of, or actually globally, of therapists that are listed under but they're all secular. They all use science-based, evidence-based techniques.
Yeah. I mean, even schizophrenia. I mean, I see that, and it's better, and I definitely agree with you that it's better to go with the doctors than to go with your Catholic priest smacking you in the head with the Bible. And, I don't see exorcism like that ever being helpful to someone with mental health problems.
So, no, in fact, it would exacerbate.
But then there's also the fact that, they just hit you with some, psych drug, and, schizophrenia in itself, these people hearing voices, schizophrenia is basically, from my understanding, from my brief, look into stuff, is that it's like an umbrella term or an umbrella diagnosis where they'll a lot of different disorders get grouped into that when they're not necessarily all that, because there's a lot of mental disorders that haven't been named yet. So schizophrenia is like the umbrella term that everyone gets shoved under,
I mean, we know people have mental illness. We've never found a demon.
Yeah, I mean, I have known people, that actually think that they've heard voices, and I mean, I believe that they have, but I believe it's in their mind.
I believe our minds play a lot of tricks on us. I believe our minds are, and we don't know much about the mind, but I believe our minds have play a lot of tricks on us. We hear we hear and see things sometimes, and but that doesn't mean that demons are real, and that somebody who has mental illness has a demon that is causing them, that. And if they think there's a demon, they're going to go get demon exorcisms instead of going and getting the mental health. Like Mark knows. Mark is saying that.
And I'd have to add that I think that your original point still stands. It's like the demons of the New Testament are non-existent in the Old Testament, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
So again, it stands to the idea that these demons are more, what did I say, like an obstacle in someone's life, or like they blame demons at that time period for everything, whether it was some illness. It was caused by a virus, but they didn't have the term virus. They said it was demons,
Yes.
And then you have schizophrenics where they're hearing voices. Well, that's probably where the whole idea came from, So this whole concept of demons is new to the New Testament. You have the fact that the ailments that are described in the New Testament reflect modern illnesses of humans today. Okay, like I said, there's the shakeabouts. The guy's foaming at the mouth, touches Jesus, and he's healed. The guy gets up and walks away. You got people that are blind, but it seems like the blind guys, they didn't blame demons for their blindness, you know? But the guy that
No, just
was,
the mental
in
illness.
Mark, he was eating grass or whatever and living like a wild man in the graveyard. They said he had demons. Now
Yeah,
that's something that's
mental illness.
extra because that's a story where Jesus basically casts out these demons out of this
Yeah,
dude and sends them into the swine, and then they go and
yeah,
die in this. They run off a cliff and die in the sea. Everyone knows that
which makes no
story.
sense. Did the demons die? I mean, the demons
So
just came out of the pigs then, didn't they?
right,
I mean, if
so
a demon's
that
real, it didn't die with the pig.
right. He says, "What about Legion?" And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is that occurrence is different than a lot of the things in the New Testament because it seems like the majority of these things that are blamed on demons seem like mental illnesses or physical things that they used to blame on demons.
Yes,
Where
because they
today
didn't
we
know.
still have those same ailments, but now we know and we have named them basically. And we know that they're caused by viruses, and we know that they're caused by chemical imbalances in your brain, you know,
And trauma.
and trauma, yeah. So, but the story about the pigs stands apart
But
because,
the demons went into the pigs, Missing Mod. A demon is supposedly a spirit. So why,
mhm,
when the pigs jumped off the, or run off the cliff and died, would the demons have died with them? I mean, what was the point of running the demons into the pigs? The demon can just leave the pig before it ever hits the ground. I don't understand what it didn't kill the demons. I mean,
sure.
if a demon is a spirit, it can just leave the. If it can jump from one person to another person, it can jump out of the pig. I mean, I don't understand that story. I don't believe in demons. I don't believe in demons. I
But
don't
it's
really understand
certainly, you
why.
would agree that it stands apart, right, from the other things that they're
It's it.
blaming on demons.
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense why a loving God would send demons down here to run around amok among just
Sure.
mortals. I mean, if
Well,
God's
it doesn't
real,
make sense. It
he
doesn't
wouldn't
make
he
sense
wouldn't.
to you and me. But like, you got to understand that we're seeing. It's like we're seeing like an artwork from the backside, and we can't see the
Okay,
actual picture, but like we
but I
see
mean,
parts of it.
why would God provide supernatural beings that we had to deal with as mortals? We are
Well, that
mortals.
I think that
We
stems
don't have
from our
supernatural.
egotistic, like it's our ego, and we think that they're created for us. Or maybe like they are something that we're like, you know,
They,
had nothing to
well,
do
I
with
mean,
us
maybe
in the
not
first
for
place, and
us,
somehow got involved. Maybe.
but God can't stop them. Are they stronger? I just don't understand how a loving God would allow supernatural beings to run amok among humans when we have no powers. We can't even see them. You know what I mean? We don't even have the
Yeah.
power to see something like that. We can't see it.
And
We can't fight against it. And so I don't understand why would a loving
in the
God
first
send,
place, you mean? Sure. Like
yeah, why
initially,
would
why
he
would these
allow
things
it?
exist? Sure.
I mean, why would
Well,
they be allowed to
I
run
mean, they
amok
say,
on humans?
that's just the nature of God. Like he created all things. And I mean,
See,
some
that's
Christians
just
will try and deny that, and say that, oh, the devil did it. Oh, the devil created that. It's like, no, God made all things. And when he
well,
made them, he said that they were good. Okay.
if God's real and he allows demons to run amok among human beings, that doesn't say much for his nature. I
That's
mean,
true. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't exist.
he could at least provide us with the ability to see them or something. You know what I
Sure.
mean? Some kind of. I mean, he could.
Sure. And that's the thing. Like, do like, did Jesus, like what he did on the cross, did that at least get rid of those spirits? Because like a lot of that stuff, like we already have, I think, pretty much proven, kind of sounds like schizophrenia in the Bible, or even seizures, you know. But even so, or blindness, and Christ is healing them. you know. But this whole thing with the pigs running off the cliff, that story stands apart from the others to me. So, and I mean, maybe what Jesus accomplished on the cross got rid of whatever that crap was that was going on with the wild man in the graveyard and the pigs, you know.
That would be a good idea. I mean, that would be more in line of a loving God.
Because we don't
That
see him now. I mean, Jesus was obviously loving.
To protect us from something like that. I mean, I just, would you allow, I don't know if you have children, but I think you do, don't you? Do you have a kid?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, I got 3 of them. Yeah.
I mean, would you allow a supernatural being to prey on your children that they couldn't even see? They didn't have any possibility of being able to fight. That, I mean, would you allow that? No. I mean, right. No.
And, well, you do realize that there's chaos in this universe,
Yes, but God is supposed to be in control of all of it. And I'm just saying, if we are a creation of God's that He cares about,
but
that we are created in His image, why would He let something like that prey on us?
Sure. No, I know. And people question the character of God, even though it's really not their place, because we're working from, like I said, a very limited picture of the whole, So while we see these things, these demons here, and we're like, well, obviously God created everything and He's responsible for them. He's also responsible for a universe where chaos can happen. And in this universe, we also have freedom of choice. We're not a bunch of robots, because He could have made us like that, a bunch of robots that just worship Him forever.
I don't really believe in libertarian free will either. I believe we have the ability to make decisions.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I believe that all our decisions.
So you don't believe in predestination, basically, right?
I don't no, because I don't believe in none of that. I mean, okay. I'm an atheist. So, but to me, free will doesn't make sense. We don't have free will. All our decisions are based on our past experiences and our genetics, and we actually have done studies where okay, say that you have a red button and a blue button. Mm-hmm. And we have things hooked up to the brain, and they tell you to touch one or the other. You're supposed to make that decision right then. Okay, they can actually tell you which one you're going to hit. They can read the brain activity that will say which one you're going to punch before you actually ever move your hand to do it. So actually, the decisions that we make, our brain has already made those decisions before we think we've made the decision ourselves. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. In fact, I'll say it just like this, because I want to add this. Is even if you don't believe in predestination, there's sort of a form of predestination that's observable, which is what you're describing, I'd say, where even though we have free will, we'll always make the same decision because of our past experiences.
I say determinalist, or whatever.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Because, and I say it like this too, because I'm like, if you lived your life 1,000 times over and had no knowledge of your past life, okay, you would make the same decisions because you'd be basing it based on your past experience, the information you have at the time. This would all be the same because you'd be making these. So in a way, there is a sort of predestination, but it's superficial. It's not real. So
see, I have trouble with imagining deterministic. A lot of atheists are determinists, and to me, it seems like we do have the ability to make some decisions. Those decisions are going to be influenced by our past experiences and our genetics, and something like that. Just our mental condition at the time when that decision comes about. But
And
I
genetic
have a
memory, I
hard
think, is the other thing you were mentioning is genetic memory, sort of, maybe.
well, like our
Where,
genetics, what I mean,
yeah,
our but I have but it our in our life experiences, in our like our situations going on. But so I have a hard time though believing that everything would play out exactly the same, because even though I believe that a lot of it's based on everybody else's decisions are based on that too, and a lot
mm,
of a lot of the decisions that we make in life um, are a result of the decision that somebody else made all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like
sure.
the situation that so that to me that seems like that's an awful lot of people that they would have to do everything exactly the same for it to be completely deterministic.
To have it happen again, yeah.
And I have it
And
I
it
really I
is a
have a hard
universe of
time.
chaos, so it would be impossible for it to be exactly the same.
Yeah, I have
That's
a hard time believing it would work exactly the same. I believe that but I believe that we don't really our choices or our decisions are affected more by all those other things than actually our free will. You know what I mean?
hmm,
Like you don't like okay, I don't have complete free will. To have free will in my life, I would have to have unlimited possibilities to be able to have free will. You know what I mean? Because I would have to be free to choose make any choice. And I'm
eh,
not free to make a choice. I'm kind of stuck in my
sure.
situation, you know what I mean, of where I live and how much money I have and that kind of situation and who my parents are and who my siblings are and who my friends are. And so free will just like is like to be able to make free will, we would have to have every possibility to choose from at once. And
Hmm,
I don't know, I don't feel like we do have that.
yeah.
But I believe
I mean, I
we
see
have
it
the
like we
possibility to
might
make
not
decisions.
have the ability to choose from everything, but like we definitely, we make our best decision with
Yeah,
what we're handed. You know,
like
I
like
definitely
people
agree
who
with you.
like serial killers and or something like that. I don't believe that those people have a choice. Um, I believe now, like people who
Now
kill
that to me
somebody,
kind of
yeah,
sounds like demons again if they don't have a choice, though. You know what I mean?
well, it's
Like,
mental health. It's
because
like
it's like
something
something.
wrong with their brain.
Yeah, I
But
mean, yeah, I
but
guess because they're being controlled by their mind.
yeah,
Also.
like they don't, they lack empathy or they lack certain, But like now, somebody who gets in a fit of rage and kills somebody, that's sort of a choice. You know what I mean? Because that's just something that results out of like human interaction. But people who are mentally ill, like are the serial killers and stuff. I mean, there's something wrong with their brain. There really is. I mean, there's they've got they've got certain mental illnesses or whatever that cause them to not feel things the right way like most people do. Um, there's a guy that does a study on them. Not there's sociopaths, I think, or psychopaths. Anyway, but one of them, he has a
Sure.
test that he can give people. Okay, and he has like he gave that test to a lot of people, and then he picked out about 20, I think, that he kind of thought he died, felt mismodeled, and he got into really deep interviews with them, and come to find out, every one of them that he had like kind of marked that he thought was psychopath or sociopath ended up admitting to him that they had actually killed somebody before. I mean, he could pick them out, and what I mean, by just some of their other um, traits or other symptoms, he could pick out the ones that had killed somebody before. And so it's something we can detect, and it, it's just I don't know, and that's why I don't believe in the death penalty, because I believe that those people really there's something. I think we already keep them locked away from society because they're a danger to society and they're a danger to other people. But I don't believe that they really can help what they are.
Yeah. And I don't think that they should kill them either. I think that they should be locked up forever, though. You know?
Thank you. Thank you. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm totally against the death
Especially
penalty.
when you consider the Ten Commandments. I also don't think it's biblical. What would you call that? What do they call it? That penalty.
Corporal punishment?
Yeah, I don't think corporal punishment is biblical. I think that it
Yeah.
says not to kill.
Yeah.
And, you know, even when, for an example, the first two brothers, you know, one killed the other, and what did they do? God didn't come down and smite him. You know, he sent him away with a mark on his head.
Yeah. I don't think that the government should ever have the legal right to kill its own citizens. And we know too,
Absolutely.
like when genetic testing come into use, there's been like over 200 people who were taken off of death row and exonerated
Wow.
by genetic information. So that was, over
And a
200
lot of
people.
those are years later, you
Yeah.
know, after. So
That's
it's
right.
like, of course, it makes no sense to kill those people because our
Yeah,
freaking justice system sucks. And the
they
thing
had spent
is they
years
always got to
in
point the finger at somebody, you know?
they had spent years in jail. Oh yeah, capital punishment. I'm sorry, Mark. They spent
Yeah,
years in jail for a crime they didn't commit, and were on death row. And they were released because of we found a new way to test evidence. And so, just think about how many innocent people have probably been put to death.
sure.
And so, to me, if there's a chance that one innocent person will die because we were unable to, we couldn't do the right kind of testing or whatever, we should not kill people. I mean, I just don't think the government should have a right to kill its own citizens. And it actually
Yeah.
costs more to execute a person than it does to keep them in prison for the rest of their life. And I know that sounds non-intuitive, but
Depending on the method, yeah, you're absolutely right, because those chemicals that they have to acquire to kill people
you can't even get
cost
it no more.
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
You can't even get it anymore. You know that the last
Yeah.
one, like
They had to kill the guy with nitrous
gas.
or nitrogen.
I know, and the
poisoning.
gas, and veterinarians have stopped using it for animals because they say it is it is
Oh, wow.
not. They won't allow animals to be put to death with it.
To be gassed
And we're
like
using
that.
it. We're using it on humans now.
Yeah.
And
Where was that? Alabama or was that Oklahoma? I forgot the state. I think it was Alabama. Because I think I remember texting dude like, did you know this is going on in your state?
Yeah, it's Alabama. And they put a guy to death the other day that like 25 or 30 prison guards wrote a letter like right before they killed him. They asking them to pardon him, or not to, to let him off of death row anyway. They didn't want to lose, hold on. Hello.
Mark Stoney says send them all to Australia. That's not very. I don't know what that is. But I mean it's kind of funny, but it's not, at the same time. Which makes for the funniest stuff. But here we are in Ireland. I just want you all to know, here we are in Ireland. Robin might be on the phone and stuff. But behind us is this beautiful seascape of Ireland, and we're standing on a mountain, and you can almost see the curvature of the earth from up here. We're so high up. So there you go, guys. The earth is spherical. Ta-da! You know what I noticed about Mark Stoney? Let me tell you something here. Nope. No. And wait.
Sorry.
No, don't. But anyway. denial doesn't get you anywhere unless you have a boat and it's a river. It's all good. I was just going over Mark Stoney and his straight up denial and messing mods telling him stuff. And he's just like, no, that's not true. No.
Missing Mod, what do you mean allowing pedophilia? What do you mean by that?
What?
I mean, I was reading her comment. She said, with this logic, we'll be allowing pedophilia. Nobody's allowing it. I mean, I think people should go to prison if they kill people, even if they can't help it. I mean, I don't understand. We'll be allowing pedophilia. Where do you get that at?
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Not allowing it hasn't stopped it any, for sure. Anyway, it's around. But they should be in prison. Yes, they should.
Yeah, they should be.
But I still think there's something wrong with them.
Pedophiles, you'd think, but they don't kill the pedophiles. What's weird is they like protect them in the prisons because like these guys will complain and then get PO'd out or whatever and go to their own little prison cell. They make these guys safe, and then they get these guys back on the streets because they give them parole in 2 years.
They should never be.
And you have pedophiles living with signs in the yards, and your next door neighbor's a freaking pedophile. We got 3 kids and stuff. Hell no, they shouldn't be allowed back out.
But the reason why
they should use the resources to lock those freaking dudes up instead of the drug dealers. They should be locking up the freaking pedophiles for good.
Yeah, exactly. The Catholic Church, you know, the cardinal that is over in the Vatican now. He was the cardinal in Boston. Okay, when the story broke on the Catholic Church about, you know, the I don't know if you've ever seen the movie about that.
I didn't, but I'll tell you that my God has a special place for those priests, and it isn't heaven.
So these priests were this cardinal was the cardinal of Boston, and he was like that when somebody would come to the church and say that the priest had been, messing with their kids, they would give the families $25,000. That's what they gave them, and then they would move the priest to a different, like congregation or whatever, or different parish. They would move them, and never tell nobody. And so then they were, they were getting a chance to attack children all over different parishes. And this cardinal knew it. He knew why they were being moved. He was the one that was moving them. And so when this story came out, and the Boston Globe printed this story, was the first one that printed the story like a May. That's when it blew up. That's when it blew it all up. They he has charged, he actually has warrants on him in the United States. And the Vatican brought him over there. He skipped town and went to the Vatican.
What?
And the Vatican will not extradite him to the United States, even though we have warrants for his arrest if he ever sets foot on United States soil again. But they actually promoted him to a position inside the Vatican. Yeah. I watched. I'm trying to think what the movie.
So they straight up protected his ass. That's what they did.
Yes, they still protect him
from the law.
There's like $8 billion in a fund for their legal fees and stuff.
Their problems with touching children. Defenses. The hell.
But I mean,
yeah. So like I said, my God. I don't know about the Catholic gods, but my God, he's got a special place for those guys. I promise you that. And hopefully I'll be there too. So I can beat them every day. Because that's what it would really be like if the prison system was fair. They'd put the pedophiles in with the rest of the guys. Spotlight. And they wouldn't protect their asses. That's what's real.
Spotlight. Watch that movie. It came out in 2015. It's called Spotlight.
Is that about the Catholics?
Yes, that's about it. It's been going on for a while. I was in Boston, and the Boston Globe was sold, and the guy that came to run it was a Jewish man from Miami, and so he wasn't connected to the Catholic Church. You know what I mean? So he wasn't like he wasn't in the interest of hiding or protecting the Catholic Church from being, you know, highlighted. You know what I'm saying? So when they started finding out about all this, and what was funny was the cardinal gave him a Bible or something like that, like the first time that they met, and knowing he was Jewish, gave him like a regular Bible, with the New Testament and stuff in it. Just being like it was being, like being a real smart aleck to the guy. And so
Sure.
when the story started breaking, they had to decide whether they were really going to run with it or not, because it was going to blow up and cause a lot of trouble, and they knew it.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, let's do it, because he's Jewish, you know what I mean? And he don't really care about the Catholic Church or nothing like that. He just thinks that the story needs to be told. And
it does.
The story had been hidden by the previous editors of the Globe. That the story had been kind of hidden because they all were in a community and probably were members of the Catholic Church. Or, the Boston has a large Catholic group. So anyway, it's a really good movie. But there's like so many victims.
Like, I just want, like, for me, it's like I don't even want to watch it. I just want to fucking get those freaking priests.
Well,
what I mean? I just want to take them out and freaking.
Yeah, but it's a good movie. It makes you feel good. It's good watching them. I mean, it's good the way they went undercover and got the information. I mean, it was a big deal. I mean,
what was the name of it again? Light
Spotlight. And it's like that it was a big deal, and they warned, they like any other newspaper, they warned the church, like the parish and everything, that cardinal, that they were going to break the story like the day before it broke. They asked him if he had any comments, that he wanted to make, and he didn't. And so they ran it. When it hit the, like on a Monday morning or whatever, it came out on a Monday morning, the paper did. I mean, it was a big deal. Nobody knew it was coming. It was a surprise, except for just a few people like knew about it, and it blew up. And then, of course, once that one blew up, then all around the world, you started getting people started, coming forward and saying that they had been victimized in different countries, and I mean, by just all over the world.
Yeah, the Catholic Church is a cancer.
Yeah, I think it's evil myself. I mean, not the people.
No, I agree. Like, there's a lot of great Catholics, and
they've got all that gold and stuff they stole from other people. They go they've got stuff that they stole from indigenous nations and stuff. Like all that hoarded over there. And then there's people. We have 25,000 people who starve to death every day on this planet, every single day, 365 days a year. 25,000.
That's a shame.
10,000 of them are children, and they've got gold hoarded over there like that right there.
Yeah, the hunger's bad. The diseases are bad. It's getting heavy, and like you said, there's more people than ever. And it's just, and like we said, the weapons are getting more and more deadly. So it does feel like it's speeding up to something. I don't know if it's reaching a climax of some sort, but like, I think in the next year, I mean, it's obvious we're going to see some serious crap, just the way things are developing. So, Big Bad Mama's back in the chat.
What I miss everything. You missed everything.
He did. I mean, we went everywhere, all the way around the block. So, cosmology, politics, which I don't usually talk about, and I don't know much about. I didn't know.
We didn't do politics, do we? We didn't do politics.
I guess they call that politics, the whole capital punishment thing. I don't know. Politics, I mean, politics is really everything, but there's government politics, and I definitely try to steer clear of that. So,
yeah.
But, yeah. I won't even talk about the upcoming election, in fact.
No,
Couple. I just had.
I doubt. I don't know.
I don't know.
who.
Maybe Big Bad Mama will come up here and teach me some evolution theory. You think?
I say read Jerry A.
Come teach
Coyne's
me.
Why Evolution is True. That's where I learned it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll check out this Spotlight movie.
It's good.
I don't know where my co-host is. He's usually here, and he is
I
funny.
know I miss
Like he's
Jason.
usually a lot chiller than the other night when you caught him.
I
But
know. I love that. No, he cracked me up. But I mean, like, and then
he is.
next time I just watched y'all and was in the chat, and he cracked
Sure.
me up. You know, yeah, he's funny.
Well, yeah, you
talked.
stayed like till the end. I remember. It was cool.
Yeah, because I mean, he's funny, and I understand why you want
He
him
is.
on there. 'Cause he talks all the time. He just talks and talks and talks and talks and talks.
He knows quite a bit about the subject too. Like we've
He sounds
co-authored
like
books or articles together, you know, about evolution and such. So like he's a decent writer, you know. I've seen his stuff and
he's funny.
don't
I
have
like
who?
him. And I love Australian accents. They crack me up. They're telling Miss Maud the demons in her mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like that's what, you know, me and Robin, we talked about that. We talked about solar system, galaxies, distant galaxies.
Life on other planets, the water table.
Yeah, which I think that there's probably life on other planets, even if it's like a tree. One Christmas tree sitting out on some planet, and I'm right. I mean, I've only got to have that to be right. For me to be wrong and Stoney to be right, the entire universe has to be void of life. Except for here. That's like, it only makes sense here.
Statistically, if you think about it, it's statistically probably more probable that there is life on other planets. As many galaxies as we have found that exist, statistically it seems almost impossible that we would be the only one that life exists on. But
yeah,
that doesn't mean that that it does exist anywhere else.
That's true. It's no proof for it, but it certainly it leans to the logical end, I'd say. I mean, for me, even if being a theist, like I find it hard to imagine that God only created life here and created such a massive universe, especially if this is all going to come to a conclusion sometime in the next whatever 100 200 years, you know, which I don't think. But let's say it does. Like for him to create so much space, so vast that we could not even see the distances of the end or the edge of this thing. You know, the deeper we look, the more we realize that it goes just deeper. It's like for him to do that and us to only be able to get to the moon this whole time would make no sense to me. So like for me, it makes sense that he, you know, even maybe continued creating after us. And I mean, he said the work here was done, but that doesn't mean that the work in the universe was done. I mean, what else does a guy like that do? Then go around and create more planets, or at least the ecosystems. I just like that makes sense to me. So, what do you say, Robin?
I think if there's a God, if I believed in a God, I would believe in more of a deistic God than a theistic God. And since they're unfalsifiable and they don't interact with humanity, there's not real reason to believe. But if I was I would be more apt to be a deist than a theist, because you know, I mean, a deist, it could have created the universe and then just be sitting back and letting like evolution, you know,
sure, kind of indifferent, just kind of watching what he did kind of all take place.
Sure. I mean, to me, a creator God, you know, it would be something that was possible, but like I said, it's unfalsifiable. So you really could never prove that it did or it didn't exist. And so as a skeptic, my mind says that unless you've got evidence for it, you don't accept it. So,
And for me, as far as like the Bible goes and life on other planets, again, like we said earlier, the Bible mentions the host of heaven. To me, that means that the heaven is filled with life. Okay. And heaven to me is space. So, yeah, I think that the Bible is more of, if you were to summarize the Bible story, you could say that it was the story of each time that the heavenly beings interacted with mankind in some way. Whether it was Jesus or when he talked to Abraham, Lot, even, and with angels and these heavenly beings that interact from some other place. I mean, you either believe in multiple dimensions where these things live that come here, or you believe that they live in this reality with us and are from space. And where else would they be from? So, space is heaven. I think it is exciting as well. But
yeah, it's cool.
unless Big Bad Mama wants to come on, I don't know. I think.
Yeah, we've exhausted.
Do you feel good about what we talked about?
Yeah, we've exhausted almost every subject.
We did. That poor donkey or that poor horse. I don't know. All right. Hey, you have a good night. It was nice talking with you. I'm gonna take off. And
Thanks, Steve.
if you like acoustic music, I played about 5 minutes of acoustic guitar at the beginning of this thing. So at the end, I ask you to rewind and let me know what you think.
I heard it. It was A Horse Without a Name, right?
I was playing some Neil Young. So
yeah, it was Horse. I think
yes,
Horse
it was. It was Horse Without a Name, because if that's what it sounded like, yes. So thank you so much.
That's what it was.
Take that as a
because I typed it in the chat. I said Horse Without a Name, and then I said, "Did that C-Side's playing that?" And you weren't reading chat then. So.
Oh, Robin, it was so weird. It was like the chat wasn't even coming up. I thought I was all alone, and like my host wasn't here. I'm like sitting here talking to myself, like there's nobody in the chat really. Like no one said a thing, but
yeah.
Oh, now I have Big Bad Mama. Hang on. Let's get you on here before I close it. Hey, man, what's up? You gonna teach me?
Hi. So you were playing some America.
Yeah, America.
If that's what it sounded like, I will say that's what it was. But I was actually trying to play some Neil Young earlier.
Oh, I thought it was. It may have been. I mean, I just thought it was that song. I thought it was Horse Without. But it may not be.
Maybe it's the same chords. I'd be into it.
Which song were you playing? Which Neil Young?
Heart of Gold.
Yeah, it was that.
But then I kind of switched it up to something else and screwed around, and I just like.
It was Heart of Gold. It was.
It was just for fun.
I've been to Hollywood.
Yes.
I've been to Redwood.
He didn't sing though.
Oh,
he just played acoustic.
Yeah, that's the one though. That's the
Horse with No Name is 2 chords, I think.
Yeah. I was just trying to like. I was trying to put the words in my head. You know what I mean? I was trying to put the words in my head. While
they're similar. They're very similar. In fact, people mistook Horse with No Name for Neil Young when it came out.
It was good.
Did you ever notice how much Mark Stoney says the word no? It's like, no.
He's a no man.
Oh, no. I said no. He said no twice again. Anyway.
He and Missy Mott are having their own dialogue, it looks like, in the chat. Anyway, I don't want you guys were going to take off, so I just wanted to pop in and say hi. And I think this is my first time on the Sea Science show, so.
Cool. Yeah, welcome, man. Maybe next time you come earlier and we could discuss something like Lucy. You know,
come answer when Jason's here. We can talk to Jason.
Woo,
that sounds good.
Yeah, there you go. What are they doing in the chat? I wasn't answering a dang question. I was answering a dang question, LOL. All right. I'm going to close it down, guys. Thanks for joining this Tuesday. Big Bad Mama. Next week, we can talk about Lucy if you want. I can answer every question you have. It'll be beautiful. All right.
Sounds good.
Bye, Miss Mom.
Anything left to add, Robin? Or
no, Thanks, C-Science. I had fun.
All right, me too. Thanks, guys. Stay strong and God bless.